I'd like to call the meeting to order. And before we begin, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the member from Greater Madawaska, Councillor Rob Tripp. We look forward to working with you and hearing your voice at our table. At the same time, we are keeping Councillor Rob Weir in our thoughts and sending best wishes as he continues his health journey. It's National Indigenous History Month, and it offers us an opportunity to honor the rich history, the heritage, and ongoing contributions of Indigenous peoples across Canada. Let us take time to reflect, to learn, and to engage meaningfully. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land, and we honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Good morning, Ms. Dombrowski. Could you please call the roll?
Good morning, Warden, and welcome back. And good morning, everyone. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Burrows.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster. Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Hoddenot.
Present.
Oh, I missed Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Here.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here virtually.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Schulist.
EOTMDSO.
Councillor Tripp.
Present.
And Councillor Watt.
Present.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. That sounded terribly forlorn from Councillor Nicholson. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. And we'll move to number 7, which is adoption of the minutes of the previous council meeting, that the minutes of the county council meeting of May 28, 2025 be adopted. Could I have a mover, please? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be back, and I would like to extend a sincere thank you to Councillors Murphy, Lynch, and Giardini for stepping up and representing the county in place of myself while I was on holidays. It's always reassuring to know things are in such knowledgeable and capable hands. Thank you for your leadership and your support. And congratulations to Councillor Doncaster on his appointment to the FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors. This is a well-deserved recognition, and we are proud and fortunate to have a representative from our county helping shape national discussions. Congratulations to the Township of Greater Madawaska on the tremendous success of their inaugural Guitars and Gasoline Music Festival this past weekend. I was watching all the many posts while I was traveling. It is wonderful to see our communities create new events that celebrate local culture, talent, and tourism. And congratulations to Councillor Hodnott on receiving the Academic Excellence Award in Municipal Law at the recent AMCTO conference. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge, on behalf of our community, and to thank Garrison Petawawa for their support during the recent tragic accident on Highway 17. Their quick action in allowing a detour through the base was critical in keeping traffic moving safely during a very difficult situation. Once again, this incident highlights the ongoing and urgent need for the province to prioritize Highway 17, whether it is twinning, planning proper detour routes, or both. We renew our call to the province to act before more lives are disrupted. We will be continuing our efforts to have the province respond to the urgent needs of our community. A big thank you as well to everyone who attended and for taking the time to engage on Tuesday's forestry tour. It was a great opportunity to learn and see firsthand the work being done. Of course, a big thank you to the organizing team from the Development and Property Division. Well done. Several of us also attended AMO's Bringing Rural Leaders Together for a Healthier Local Democracy. This one-day event focused on supporting rural municipal leaders through timely conversations on leadership, resilience, civil engagement, and strengthening local democracy as we look ahead to the 2026 municipal election. June is also Pride Month. It is a time to celebrate the diversity, resilience, and contributions of 2 SLGBTQI+ communities across our county and beyond. Thank you for wearing your Pride ribbons today and throughout the month. I apologize on the long journey from the office to here. I lost mine somewhere. I hadn't fastened it as well as I should have. A friendly reminder that the Silver Chain Challenge is on. Let us get out, get active, and make our municipalities proud. It is a fun way to promote healthy living and friendly competition. Off script for a moment, we have a proud tradition of winning this event. I think we've won the last 7 of 9 or 9 of 10, I can't remember. I have 40,000 steps in this month so far, I think, and I'm aiming for 100,000 steps, which should translate into something like 50 kilometers. But anyway, I'll let you know what it works out to. On Sunday, Father's Day, let us not only honor our fathers, but also those who step into that role, whether they are your mentor, guardians, and father figures, whose strength and guidance shape lives in quiet, powerful ways. With a full council agenda today, including a scheduled public meeting, we kindly ask the questions be clear and to the point to help us move efficiently through the day's business. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And very quickly, delegations and presentations. We have none. And the Eastern correspondence, Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. So the correspondence that we have received, which has been numerous from the province and otherwise, has been sent to the appropriate committees to be dealt with throughout the month. But of note is the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus newsletter from June 2025, and it's obviously a good read. There's lots going on, including Queen's Park Advocacy Day that took place about 4 weeks ago now, and we're getting some good traction off of those meetings, and we hope those will continue into AMO in August. So, but of course, the warden as a representative is, I'm sure, will have more to say.
Yes, thank you. Very quickly, when you take a look at the data and the potential for 11,000 jobs to be lost, and it represents a decrease of $2.3 billion in sales and $592 million in wages. So those are very significant ones. And the translation of jobs through to 2031, because that's how much the impact of the tariff issues could be. The impact would be about 150,000 jobs lost to Eastern Ontario through to 2031. So it's a really good read, lots of information, very current data, and one of the means of building our own resilience is to internalize and work with the rest of Canada. And so, if you look at some of the numbers, if we can diversify our supply chains and buy more from other regions or provinces, it looks like about $5-6 billion could be taken from that loss over the next few years. So a great read, lots of information. It takes a little while to consume it and to be able to feel comfortable with it. So I encourage you to take a look at it. And just with regards to Queen's Park Day, again, it was a great opportunity for us as a community, whether it's Eastern Ontario or the County of Renfrew, to get in front of ministers and the Premier. Very direct conversation with all, and it was meant to illustrate primarily the economic might of our community, but then also I believe there are seven strategies that we'll be pursuing to try and protect our economy, at the same time the economy of Ontario. I would also suggest to you that it allows for an opportunity to present leadership from this district, which always hasn't happened. With the rest of the newsletter, I think what we tried to do 3 years ago when we refaced the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus with a new logo was to ensure that we became more wrapped up into the community. So if you take a look at it, you'll see meetings at agriculture, one of the committees. There was also attendance at FCM in Montreal. There is also a presentation to the Ontario Home Builders Association. So those were all steps, deliberate steps by the Wardens Caucus as part of our strategy to become more relevant to all sectors in Ontario, but more specifically having an impact in our community. And with that, we'll move on to, if there's any questions, I would try and answer them. I know Mr. Kelly could, so. Seeing none, we'll move to committee reports, and call on Chair Bros, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good to have you back. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Development and Property, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the potential changes to the Endangered Species Act of 2007. And again, the information and background is attached. Moving to resolutions, Protecting Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025, Bill 17 update, resolution number DP-CC-25-05-48, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, The County Council directs staff to review Protecting Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025, Bill 17, and if necessary, staff provide comments consistent with past recommendations or positions. Again, the background is there. The key highlights have been identified and potential impact to the County of Renfrew for your review. And then to bylaws, the first one is Enbridge Gas Franchise Agreement, Resolution Number DP-CC-25-05-49, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the draft bylaw and franchise agreement attached hereto and authorizes the submission thereof to the Ontario Energy Board for approval pursuant to the provisions of Section 9 of the Municipal Franchises Act, and that County Council requests that the Ontario Energy Board make an order declaring and directing that the assent of the municipal electors to the attached draft bylaw and franchise agreement pertaining to the corporation of the County of Renfrew is not necessary pursuant to the provisions of Section 9(4) of the Municipal Franchises Act. Once again, the background is there for your review. Item number 4 is the Ontario Addiction Treatment Centre Lease Agreement, Resolution Number DP-CC-25-05-50, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a lease agreement with the Ontario Addiction Treatment Centre, OATC, located at 156 John Street, Pembroke, Ontario, for a 3-year term commencing May the 1st, 2025, for the purpose of a warming cooling center as part of the Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub, and that funds from the Heart Hub funding agreement be dedicated towards these costs. And the background is there as well, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. To members of County Council, questions, concerns, comments on item number 1? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Warden. It's important to note we were just doing an assessment late last week before or just after the province took their summer break, and it's noted items number 1, I think it's item number 2, or the item to deal with Bill 17 as well. Item number 2, both Bill 5 and Bill 17 have both now received royal assent. While we will still submit comments, it is post assent. This is a part of these 2 bills. Obviously, were I won't say rushed through, but they were pushed through at the final days of the province's last sitting. So just to be aware, if you weren't already. Thank you.
Thank you. And my understanding is that they're going to do consultation on them after the fact, so that's always a wise way of doing things. Item number 2. Seeing nothing, we'll move to item number 3. I should note item number 2, where they have consistently or tried to ensure consistency between the federal and the provincial building code, and suggested that there not be a need for local municipalities to have their own building codes, is a nice step forward. So, I think sometimes I can be harsh on the government, so I think I should point out that's a really good thing. Number 3, the Planning Act. Any questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none. I'm sorry? 3 was Enbridge, yes, sorry. Item number 3 in bylaws, thank you, was Enbridge. No questions, concerns. Item number 4. And I know we're going to see more information on that in the presentation, I believe, later on. The report as a whole. Seeing none, can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. So you've had a chance to read the report. Any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And next we'll move to the Operations Committee and Chair Doncaster.
Thank you, Warden Emo. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1, the results of the tender for the boom mower for a tractor. You'll see the tenders, the submissions we received, slightly over budget, but within the committee's purview to approve. Item number 2, rehabilitation of County Road 26, Dorn Road. Tenders released, you see them there, and the financial implications are provided. Item number 3, bylaws, off-road vehicles and county roads, County of Renfrew roads. The resolution to respond to the request from the town of Petawawa and the outcome there. Item number 4, the supply and delivery of bulk coarse highway salt. The resolution recommendation and the background, and just to point out that I think this is the most number of municipalities that we've had participate in this procurement process to date, which is, well, should be a good thing, I guess. Item number 5, rehabilitation of County Road 52, Burnstown Road and 508 Calabogie Road. You'll see the recommendation there in the background with the tender submissions and the outcome of that and the financial implications. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council on item number 1? Okay, seeing none. Item number 2. Okay, and we'll move to item number 3. Item number 4. So this is good news in the sense that we've always wanted people to other municipalities to join us and shared services, shared contracts. So I'm glad to see it. Small steps. And item number 5. Seeing nothing, thank you. And the report as a whole. Well, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden. Just a comment, not part of the report necessarily, but part of operations. I just want to remind people in this room and online, if you're watching, Mr. Perkins and his department regularly, monthly, release a monthly report of all the public works that the County of Renfrew is undertaking. It's very comprehensive. Obviously, we're deep into construction season, and a lot of your roads are being disrupted. We obviously understand that, including a number of bridges in your communities. But I would, again, remind you to make use of that piece of correspondence and communication, push it out to your audiences as well, and I'll just reach out to Mr. Perkins or, of course, Mr. Hanrath at any time should you have any questions about the status of the works happening in your community. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And there are number 13, staff reports. You're requiring direction. I see none. And if we could have a motion. Be it resolved that County Council move into a closed session pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And it's regarding the CAO/clerk compensation review. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by the member from Kilagee Richards, seconded by the member from Head Clara Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Good morning again, and thank you to our viewing public for your patience. Direction was given regarding the CAO clerk compensation review for me to undertake some additional tasks. Number 17 is a report from representatives appointed to external boards, and Councillor Doncaster, there is a news release speaking of his election to the board of FCM, and so it was a very extensive release. It talks about the duties. We're very proud of him, and I'm sure were he here, he would be effusive as well. So thank you. Notice of motions, none. Members' written motions, none. And announcements, I'll start with one, if that's okay. United Way East is pleased to announce they're hosting and sponsoring the upcoming Renfrew Pride 4th Annual Pride Picnic on Saturday, June 14th at 2025, from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. in Low Square in Renfrew. And they invite you to join them in Renfrew for a community celebration with their partners, Renfrew Pride and PFLAG Renfrew County Chapter, for family-friendly activities, including crafts, events, a barbecue, and face painting. United Way East Ontario staff volunteers will be on site to support the event, and you can spot them by, they'll be wearing their red United Way t-shirts. So happy Pride, and I would encourage you to join me at that event if you're able to. Other new business or announcements? The member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Last Tuesday evening, I had the privilege of attending the Ottawa Valley Community Foundation Grants presentation to individuals and community programs. Of note, this was the organization we contributed $365K from our very successful Ontario Winter Games. The recipients included the Arnprior Curling Club, Ave Dama Angelorum Co-op, Douglas Recreation, Jeremiah Kofelt, Marissa Broom, Bernadette McCann House, Community Living Upper Ottawa Valley, Care for Pembroke, Petawawa Heritage Center, First Step Options Pregnant Resource Center, Madawaska Valley Hospice Palliative Care, and the Town of Arnprior Nick Smith Center. The second announcement, Mr. Mayor, is we've produced, the Town of Arnprior has got a concerts in the park that all the members have received. If you're doing nothing on a Sunday afternoon, great place to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other announcements? And the member from Laurentian Hills, please.
Yes, so I attended the 69th Annual Ceremonial Review at Garrison Petawawa, hosted by Captain Gavin McGinley, Warrant Officer First Class Venezia Baltazar, and the sponsoring committee representative Tammy Morrissey. And it was the ceremonial review for the cadets of the 638 Algonquin Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron. And it was very well done. Nice to see these young people on parade. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further announcements? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to new business. Okay, sorry, member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. There's just an item here, and I would defer if the clerk or the CAO want me to redirect it another way, but I'd like to speak for a moment about a supervisor's report that was released in a local entity. Okay, I'm seeing no kickback.
Sure, thank you. So, I think what I would suggest is if you could provide us something in writing, and I would suggest the focus might be to ensure that any arrangements or memos of understanding or relationships we have with not-for-profits is that we ensure that we offer the not-for-profits in Renfrew County the opportunity to learn, about governance and succession planning, because I think that's been something we've worried about is our smaller not-for-profits. they've spoken about volunteers, becoming tired or less in number, and succession planning within their ranks. And so, I think some of the lessons from this report might be applicable, but if you could offer some kind of written guidance to us as to what types of questions or observations, that might be helpful.
Yeah, no, that summarizes exactly what I was thinking. I'm not particularly want to get into the details of the specifics of the report, but how do we take these lessons learned and apply them to county business? But I can liaise with the clerk and the CAO and come up with something in writing and provide it at a future
Perfect.
date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other new business? And bylaws. Recommendation that the following bylaw be given first and second reading. Bylaw 77-25, a bylaw to authorize a franchise agreement between the Corporation of the County of Renfrew and Enbridge Gas, Inc. Can I have a mover, please? Mover is a member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by a member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And the recommendation is that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Can I have a mover, please? Mover from Boncher Valley, seconded by member from Petawawa. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Recommendation that bylaw AD 525, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on June 12, 2025, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Member from Amherst Bromley, seconded by member from Armpire. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And recommendation that County Council adjourns at 11:16 a.m. Sorry. Mover, please. Member from North Laguna Wilberforce, second by member from McNabb side. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. A great day, great reports, very informative, lots of thoughtful discussion. Thank you for your patience. With our Committee of the Whole at 11:30.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Corporate Services Committee. I'm calling this meeting to order. Has roll call been done, Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Chair, yes, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. Could I get an approval that the minutes of the May 14, 2025 meeting minutes be approved? Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. And now I will call on Mr. Burke to introduce our very special guest today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee. Very pleased to be joined this morning by Ms. Lori Huber of KPMG, who is your audit partner, to present your draft audited financial statements for both the County of Renfrew consolidated entity and the specific Renfrew County Housing Corporation. If I could just make a few comments to begin with, the first being to express my thanks to Lori and her team, Naveed, Madison, and Kara, for a lot of hard work and a lot of cooperation that goes into making these statements, and also to express my thanks to my own finance department. Again, a lot of work goes into these statements and the audit behind it, and just to convey my appreciation for all the hard work that they do. With that, I would just comment that these statements do match the earlier presented draft unaudited statements that were presented in March by the usual format, our internal financial statements. And the reconciliation to those numbers is in note 14, if you're looking for how to match what's in your audited financial statements according to public sector accounting standards versus your municipal budgeting method of accounting. And with that, Lori, maybe if you'd like to take over the podium, I have control of your slides.
Wonderful.
Good morning. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. It's nice to be here in person. So thanks for that warm welcome, Daniel. It's my pleasure to be here. As I said to Daniel this morning, I audit a number of upper tiers, and you guys are the first to be at this stage of completion. So big kudos to your team as well. It's certainly not a small feat to get through the end of the year. So we have the Corporation of the County of Renfrew is the first audit findings report that I'll be pleased to walk you through. If you've had the opportunity to take a read through the report, it's a lengthy report, covers a lot of things that we are required to share with yourselves, being those charged with governance relative to our external audit role. It was a clean audit year. It's a long report to essentially get to the highlights, which is really, I don't have a whole lot of highlights, but I will stop on a couple of things that were new and different just to bring your attention to. And as always, welcome any questions from the group upon completion of the presentation. So you will see in the deck that we are essentially complete, recognizing today is the committee discussion. Your audit window will continue to stay open until council accepts and approves the financial statements, which I believe is slated to be 2 weeks from today. So to the extent anything happens in this intervening period, your audit window will continue to stay open. Certainly not expecting anything to be the case, but to the extent there is, we'll have conversations with management and make sure that the disclosures are current and up to date right up until that audit report date. You will see in our audit plan, we have executed our audit in accordance with our plan that's not necessarily formally communicated, but pretty similar to the previous years. You will see in the middle of the page that might be of interest and certainly has garnered a lot of conversation, I would say, in the sector more broadly. Generally speaking, we have taken a look across the group this year and in terms of a presumed risk of fraud, specifically around the potential for any unusual items or areas of concern related to employee reimbursements. So we've included that as part of our audit procedure this year that I'll touch on a little bit later. And you will see in our report on page number 8, we audit not 100% of the transactions that culminate into the financial statements. We audit to a level of materiality that we are required to set annually. We set that this year at 3.5 million, which is certainly a function of the volume of activity that you have in your statement of operations, being either total revenues or total expenses. We can go anywhere up to 3%, which is pretty close to that benchmark, which is common for the sector. So that really sets the stage for the audit work, and it also sets the stage for the items that we will then have a conversation with the team to the extent we find anything different in the accounts based on our audit procedures. You will see on page number 8 that threshold this year was $175,000. And you will see, based on the results of our audit, there's certainly nothing that we've identified that remains uncorrected. There was a corrected item that had been included in your draft financial statements, but as Daniel mentioned, it was financial statement presentation or reclassification and didn't actually impact your bottom line. So really, it is another gold star year from a quality of accounting point of view, as there were no real significant adjustments through our intervention of our audit process. We spend an awful lot of time talking about the numbers. That's certainly a significant portion of an audit, but we are also required to sit down with the team each and every year to gain an understanding of the significant processes that culminate into the financial reporting process. So we've done that again this year. I am required by standards to share with you, to the extent we might identify any significant deficiencies in internal controls. Pleased to say we have not made that determination this year, which is another good sign. What we have done on page number 10 of our report, you will see we have identified one new area of observation, which I would say is not uncommon for the sector. You will see at the top of the page, related specifically to the approval of the CAO's expenses. It is best practice to make sure all of those are tied up with a bow with a second set of eyes in terms of documented approval. So that was something that we did make an observation for this year, but certainly based on what we did see going through the accounts, certainly nothing of any areas of significance or any areas of concern in terms of the nature of those items. It would be an internal control. The other pieces that you'll see on that page are carry forwards from the previous year related to the digitization of financial records along with construction and process. So really nothing significantly uniquely different compared to the previous year. It was a relatively quiet this year in terms of accounting standards and or auditing standards. If those of you remember me standing here last year was a very large lift for the municipal space as they had to implement a number of significant new accounting standards. There was one new one this year that you will see noted in the financial statements and in our report, specifically related to revenue recognition, but that did not actually have any impact on the statements this year. We are required, you will see on page number 13 of our report, to share with you any specific items that might come to our attention that specifically must be part of a presentation to yourselves, being those charged with governance. You can see on the right-hand side of the page, there's certainly no matters to bring to your attention in that regard either. The beauty that we bring to the table as your auditor is making sure that we continue to be mindful of our independence. So to the extent we might provide any non-audit services to the organization, we certainly could. We can never just put ourselves in a position of management and essentially being thought to audit our own work. Pleased to say we have not actually provided anything outside of the audit services this year, so there's nothing there that might be thought to get us into any trouble. So this really takes us to our single deliverable, which is in the back of our report, which starts on Appendix 1A, which is our draft audit report. It is attached to your financial statements as well in draft. Based on the results of our audit and the findings shared with you just now, we are certainly in a position to be expected to release what we would say is a clean audit opinion, where we believe the financial statements do present fairly in all material respects the financial activities of the corporation for the year ended December 31, 2024. There are other items in the back of the package, but they really are meant to be more informational items. So perhaps this is a great place to stop and welcome any questions from the group.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Questions, comments, concerns? Member from Aviston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to Ms. Huber and her team and to KPMG. And of course, must call out as well all of the staff, the finance staff, for the clean report as noted herein. I think that it speaks testament to what we are receiving certainly on a quarterly basis as council, but I'm sure on a day-to-day basis within the entity itself. So all of my questions, and I think I have three, they're all kind of more process than anything else. So it's jumping out at me, even though it's not really contained in the statement of financial position. There is a deferred revenue. It's not particular to that, but within the notes, it makes note of deferred revenue, and I know commonly, certainly even in my municipality. So there are a couple of funds. One is federal, one is provincial, that we receive or perceive as obligated reserves or restricted reserves or deferred revenue. Now I note in this report, and it has been consistent, that within the notes, it is only identifying the Canada Community Building Fund. Council will note that we expended or exhausted all of the funds that we did receive. There is nothing remaining. But within my lower tier municipality, we also capture the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund there. And I'm wondering, because even when I go to the FIRs, I'm not sure that there is consistency in how municipalities are putting that. In some places, it seems that these are TCA reserves. I think it's Schedule 10 of the FIR. Is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund treated somewhat differently than the Canada Community Building Fund?
So I'm looking at you, Daniel. I'm happy to take that question, but I think it's more accounting. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I would say, through you, Madam Chair, the accounting for what we would say is the OSIF and the gas tax typically do run through what we would call an obligatory reserve. So you'll only see the unspent amount sitting on the balance sheet at the end of any fiscal year.
Understood, thank you, through you, Madam Chair, understood, but only one of them is shown within that note, and that is the Canada Community Building Fund. Notwithstanding that it was completely exhausted, it identifies the monies that were received, the monies that were expended, and the balance at the end of the year is consistent with the balance at the start of the year, which is zero. Ultimately, I'm perceiving that OSIF was the same, though I don't know that because it's not there. And in fact, and I know that I am perhaps bringing in some of our accounting practices here too, so the Canada Community Building Fund is received essentially through our Treasury. OSIF is received directly into Public Works. And that's why my question is, are they the same thing or are they not the same thing? If they are the same thing, I would have imagined that even if fully exhausted, OSIF should have a schedule shown that is akin to what is shown for the CCBF.
Daniel, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. So I would say the gas tax deferred revenue note was somewhat new to the County of Renfrew because in one particular year there was a late announcement of extra gas tax funds. So we weren't able to expend it all in that year, and hence we had this obligatory reserve piece. Since then, we have gone back to our typical method of always expensing every capital grant we get to the maximum, so that there's no carry forward. So from our point of view, this particular note is just a legacy holdover from the 1 year where it wasn't on the balance sheet. We never had this note prior to that, and we have never run OCIF through a similar process. As you point out, it is directly offsetting capital expenditures inside the Public Works Department. So slightly different than the way we account for gas tax, which is as a general revenue into a reserve and then out of said reserve to a funding a project. Why that is a historical reason. So there's, if you're asking why we treat one way and one the other way, that's somewhat of a historical budgeting process that results in that. There's no particular reason that we do it other than that's the way we've always done it and we carry forward with it. So, if we wanted to change the way we view that, we certainly could consider that. Again, materially, there's no difference though. It's just a method of displaying things.
Supplementary?
Close that one off. So
okay.
Ultimately, on this particular issue then, really, this is somewhat of a vestigial item in the notes. Typically, this would only be in the note if, in fact, there was going to be a balance that would carry forward. So that it has been expended is really a carryover from when it was not fully expended. And ultimately, there's not really a need for it to occupy a place in the notes if it has been completely expended. The next ones, and this is very specific to the statement, consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So I do note, obviously, not obviously, but certainly from my perspective, that the end of the year That it was a clean audit is exceptional. The other thing that I look at is the bottom line. The same amount of money that we had left over at the end of the year, $3,800,000, I think, something on that order, matches dollar for dollar. I think that perhaps KPMG found an extra dollar. That might be a function of rounding more than anything else. Where I do note a difference was on this page, though, and I'm just kind of questioning, or if you could explain what the delta might be. So in the revenue line, there are both levies on municipalities and payments in lieu. So I'm presuming that PSAB dictates that you treat those each independently. I think our practice in past years was that we consolidated them into one. But ultimately, when I'm adding those two up on this, both budget and actual, they are slightly different from the unaudited treasurer's or unaudited statements that the treasurer delivers in April. So in those April, if I look at both the levy and PIL, the budget was $57.25 million, and this budget is showing 58.15. The actual that we saw in April was $57.25 million, and this one is showing 58.08. So there is some difference there, and that perhaps again maybe something more for Mr. Burke, but my ordered mind, or mostly ordered mind, often disordered. But in this instance, when I'm seeing a substantial difference of nearly $1 million, I'm wondering what explains the delta.
Through you, Madam Chair, that would be just a function of the accounts and netting that we view as property taxes. So in our budgeting system, we would typically view power dam payments, tax write-offs, and supplemental and omit revenue as separate items from the property tax levy, which we budget for as an exact number because we can drive that number into an exact tax rate. And that's kind of why we budget that way. In this statement, though, all those items related to property taxes, such as the power dam payments, the supplements and omits that we budgeted for, and the actuals themselves are rolled up into property tax revenues.
Thank you. Final of the three, and this can be found, and unfortunately, I'm operating off of the printed version, so it's page 90, but it is note 14, budget information, and this is what actually Mr. Burke was referring to between budget information and segmented information. It's kind of how we reconcile how we view the unaudited, which follow the template that we become accustomed to here on a quarterly basis, versus the template that I'm presuming is predicated kind of on the FIR reporting and how a lot of things are rolled into different items. But ultimately, on the budget information, and I'm once again quite happy, there it is at the very bottom, 3.87 million was the increase in operating surplus. My question is, in the two previous audit reports that KPMG prepared for us, typically what I think we would perceive as effectively the operating surplus was reported in the allocation of operating surplus to reserves in prior years. Last year it was $8 million, and which nullified or rendered nil the increase in operating surplus. So we are seeing a slightly different format here, and I'm quite pleased the number, as I had indicated, the number matches precisely outside of the rounding error. The new template, if you will.
So through you, Madam Chair, maybe perhaps I'll ask Mr. Burke to speak to this one as well, but this one often will depend on the two lines, depending on the nature of timing in terms of where the surplus has been allocated in the current year. It's really a function of timing, and that can be why you will see change year over year. I don't know, Mr. Burke, if you wanted to add anything additional there.
I don't believe so. Again, I would have to consult last year's notes to understand exactly where we were doing it or how we were doing it last year. But again, so this $3.87 million of surplus of course, includes our general fund surplus that is sent back to our Algonquin Trail Reserve as a standing resolution. And, I think we all consider that, should that be part of the sort of the above the line surplus and then subsequently allocated out, because all 3.8 million is, of course, again, being contributed to reserves as part of the surplus. So, the actual surplus after reserve transfers is always zero, right? We have to, we're retaining that funds inside of our capital reserves. So it's just a question of where we show before or after those allocations, where we land.
Okay, so that my layperson's mind can kind of access that. So the typical reporting is that the increase should zero out, that typically it is in the allocation, that is where one would find the operating surplus. And in fact, in 2023, it was, I think, close to 8.5 million. We had received the very favorable information with treatment of some of the funds in long-term care last year, but they were all shown in the allocation. So ultimately, our actual allocation of operating surplus last year was 8.5 million versus 35.135 million in 2024. So again, there are more things being captured in the allocation there than we had in 2023 as well.
I thought he was just nodding.
So through you, Madam Chair, so I would say the net transfers to reserves would be all of those items that were budgeted to be taken from our revenue and put into reserves. And then that's the net transfer, yeah. And then the other line, the 35 million, is of course all of those items that were budgeted to be paid for from reserves, so coming out of reserves. So that's really all those two lines are showing. One is to reserves, one is from reserves.
Further?
Yeah, again, for clarity only. So I'm a little bit confused. There's a renewed confusion because when it says net transfers, I think last year actually there is net transfers is to is parenthetical, or from is open. So I'm presuming that the net transfers has already accommodated both the transfers to and from, that on net we actually transferred more to reserves than we had anticipated, that it would also capture the transfers from reserves. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is absolutely correct. So I see it both ways, and it is timing often, what is the determination of council. Often when there's a financial statement presentation, there's also a similar motion to close out the in-year operating surplus. So really, it could be 35 million plus the 3.8 to get you to zero, or as stated. So it's neither, I would say, is necessarily incorrect, and it's really a function of timing. So I'm indifferent if there's a desire to change, subject to the treasurer. They are management's financial statements, but it certainly could be changed to agree with what was presented in the previous year.
If I may, I'm going to not say indifferent. I'm going to say agnostic on how they are treated. What I will say is this is the layperson's head. Mm-hmm. And when I become accustomed to seeing a report, as soon as you move one line out of that, I am back to square one in trying to grasp what it is.
That's fair.
So ultimately,
don't confuse the county councillors.
And it is the challenge. So ultimately, again, I do not have a hard and fast opinion on how it is, but that there is a consistency. And I'm presuming, based on your comments about the resolution of how we would do these, is nullified by the fact that we have a standing policy that was adopted by resolution that already delegates that direction to the treasurer, that obviates the need for council to actually allocate reserves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I am complete, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Is there anything further? Well, thank you very much. And thanks for making the trek from Kingston. It's lovely to see you.
Likewise. Thank you.
Madam Chair, perhaps before we move off this is our opportunity to speak to Lori.
Oh, no. I missed Neil. Sorry. Hang on. The member from Whitewater. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right. I can understand. And sorry, if Daniel had something he wanted to add, I'm more than willing to yield the floor to him.
No, he's waving me off, so go ahead.
Okay, good. I just had one question, Chair. It has to do with the control deficiencies that were highlighted by Lori, I think. And I notice, I'll note right up front that they're not significant deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting, so I'm not concerned. I just want to make sure that we have the internal processes. It's the status is indicated as in progress. From a governance perspective, I just want confirmation from staff that these are indeed in progress and we're taking steps to be able to meet the recommendations provided by the auditor.
Yeah. Daniel?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I would say that they are definitely in progress. At some points, the progress will be a long-term project, I would say maybe, especially the digitization of financial records is quite a long and involved process, but it is being considered and in the works. Some of the controls are obviously much simpler to fix and easier to implement, but the ones that are carried forward from the prior year, they continue to be carried forward. It's not that they're not being worked on, it's that the process that will fix it is functionally a software change, which is quite a long process, but it is in the works.
Okay, thank you for that. And you're getting a thumbs up. Awesome. Now what did you want, Mr. Burke?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say this is also your opportunity to speak to Lori about your Renfrew County housing separated statements, and if there are any questions on those as well, which will be approved later in the afternoon.
And I apologize. I was getting a voice in my head, much like the warden earlier, that if there were questions, this would be an appropriate time, even though it's not part of this committee. So are there any questions on the audited financial statements for Renfrew County Housing?
I just have to check on my PDF reports here.
Oh, you take your time, Councillor Donahue.
Oh, thank you.
Much
appreciated.
You take your time.
Maybe, Madam Chair, while people are thinking, I can give you a very high-level overview. So I would say the two reports are very similar, separate standalone statements, same standards apply, same logic. You'll see materiality is very much smaller because of the fact that the Housing Corporation's financial statements are very different than the overall county. You will see, if you jump right through, you will see the quality of the books and records there. We did not identify anything through the course of our work. However, if you keep going through, we have identified a control matter in those financial statements as well, specifically relating to the documented review of journal entries, which is a fundamental internal control that we always look at in any financial statement audit. So you will see notation in there, certainly not the definition of a significant deficiency, but it is something that we've alerted the team to that we will continue to monitor moving forward.
Excellent. No, you're good? Okay. Anything further? Thank you. Okay. That was an epic fail on my part. All right, wonderful. So we're going into communications. Did anybody have anything on number 6? A huge congratulations to Craig. It's like you started when you were 12. All right, then I have a recommendation that the communications be received as information. Oh, I'm sorry, Warden, did you have?
Yeah, just a quick note. I will respond to Parliamentary Assistant Sandu. And if you note the second last paragraph where he talks about they're going to be taking any recommendations and they're going to be talking about changes to the OCIF at a later date. So I'm going to just email them and say, when is that report due? I suspect it'll be AMO because they love big announcements, but I'll try and force it.
They really do love big announcements. Member from Madison Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think this is, I've been furiously scrolling. I think this is item 3. This is the audited state. Today is audited statements day.
Yes, for RCDHU.
For RCDHU, and of course, very pleased once again as the largest of the municipal funding partners for the clean audit. Once again, drawing council's attention to. Again, on the printed agenda for today, it is on page 26. For those of you that are on the diligent environment, it is the accumulated surplus. And note, pleasantly that obviously on an operating surplus, the Board of Health did realize a just under $400,000, $364,000 in an operating surplus. And I'm just kind of questioning, Madam Chair, for any of the board members that are present, because we had this discussion just as we were receiving the consolidated statements for the County of Renfrew as well, does the Board of Health allocate these reserves by resolution, or do they steadily be contained within the accumulated surplus, i.e., and I know that this question has surfaced before, when there are substantial increases anticipated for the obligated municipalities, is this an option? Perhaps as background to this or context for this for council, all of the funds that remain on reserve at the end of any given year are in fact municipal funds. The province reconciles. Now the reconciliation process, similar to long-term care, I think is about 2 or 3 years behind, but ultimately any monies in reserve that are held by the Board of Health are municipal dollars. So ultimately there was $364,000 of an operating surplus remaining. Has the board given any consideration towards allocating any surplus that might be realized at the end of the year?
We have not at this time, and you are absolutely correct that we did have our reserve of accumulated surpluses, and just this year we were caught up by paying the province back $500,000, $600,000. Does anybody remember the exact number about that? Okay, so this is sort of re-topping up our reserves. But your question is so good, because one of the questions we asked when we were given the bill that we would have to contribute an additional $78,000 to $80,000 this year was, why can't we take it out of reserves? Because those monies have already been taxed and we've already contributed.
So certainly that is at the discretion of the board. With respect to the Madam Chair's comments on the reconciliation with the province, that would be, I'm going to use these terms loosely. These are in no way professional terms, but those are stale dated.
Oh, yes.
That reconciliation, I'm guessing, is probably from 2022 at the least.
You are correct.
But ultimately, when these are prepared, within these audited statements that we're even seeing, there is the due to from section, which is the reconciliation on this year, or the forecast that the auditors have done to present to the board of what the expectation is of what is going to be reconciled back to the province. That is actually incorporated when the province is making its grant in the ensuing year. It is not actually paid back. You will note, so notwithstanding that you had suggested that there was about a $500,000 reconciliation that was due to the province, that would have been accrued in the year that the monies were received, i.e. the 2022 statements. And you'll even note in 2023, the accumulated surplus only actually diminished by $200,000, and largely that was driven by amortization more than anything else. So that $500,000, let's call it $500,000, ultimately that $500,000 would have already been accrued from an accounting perspective from the 2022 year when it was actually recognized. So those funds here are still there. Anyway, that's fine. That is entirely at the discretion of the board what to do with that, but that is an operating surplus that is available. The only other comment, well, there was a couple. I think there's one on money still outstanding. That this is for the benefit of the members So when I was there was when the program of You Be the Chef or whatever it is called. There's $993. I think that's been sitting there at $993 for about 6 or 7 years now. That's another one of those legacies that you might want to look at reconciling, as the board, when I was sitting on it, did once before. But ultimately, I wanted to discuss. I note one of the largest expenditures on the TCAs was technological upgrades, and I note that the bottom reserve in the continuity of reserve funds here shows a technological upgrades reserve of $115,000. That was established just immediately prior to RCDHU vacating 9 or 7 International Drive and moving to its new location at 141 Lake Street. Ultimately, it was for the purchase of a phone system. Then it was a phone system that was going to be installed here. So I'm kind of curious, when the board is making, or the health unit is making technological upgrades, it would seem that would be an appropriate place to draw the reserve from rather than continue to accumulate. Was there any discussion of using that reserve to offset the technological upgrades?
I had to step out of that meeting for 10 minutes. Does anybody recall?
My memory is that the board has decided to take a look at all of the reserves this year because of the questions that we raised at the budget process at the beginning of the year. So it's something that is deemed to be reviewed this year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Brose. That is all my questions.
That's great. Yep, Warden.
And the answer to your first question is yes, there is not a discussion nor motion apportioning reserves or apportioning surpluses to reserves. So again, that's a conversation that's going to be had as we discuss reserves.
All right. So at this time, I have a recommendation that the communications be received as information. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Head Clara Mariah, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? Wonderful. So we've got several consent items. They were provided for your review. Are there any items to be discussed under the consent number 7? I see none. I'll ask for a mover and seconder to accept the consent report. Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from McNabb-Braeside. All in favor? Thank you. And now we will turn to number 8, and I will turn this over to Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recommendation that the Corporate Services Committee recommends to County Council that the audited financial statements for the County of Renfrew for the year ended December 31st, 2024 be approved.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the warden. Are there any comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? Wonderful. Thank you, Daniel. And now Mr. Belmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you, I have a bylaw. The recommendation being that the Corporate Services Committee recommends to County Council the approval of the following corporate policies. Policy A14, Retirement and Early Retirement, which is an amended policy. Policy B14, Contract Employees, which is a new policy. Policy E01, Hours of Work and Overtime, an amended policy. And Policy J05, Employee Recognition Program, an amended policy. And then a bylaw to amend Bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resource corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Comments, questions, concerns? Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And in this instance, when I was somewhat prepared, so Council can find this either on page 130 or it's on page 2 of the diligent environment. This is with respect to wage progression. And I just note that in here on one of the notes, it talks about a significant break in service, and this would be for contract employees. Do we have a definition of what a significant break in service would be?
Mr. Belmore.
Through you, Madam Chair. It would be a break in service that under employment common law would constitute not a continual employment. So you would be looking at a minimum of 16 weeks, I believe. I would say, don't quote me on that number, but it essentially has to exceed longer than the maximum layoff period and then some. And it changes, I'm going to say it's a fluid number with common law that depending on current case law would dictate how long you need to have in between contracts, because if you have consecutive contracts that roll in, that it's almost deemed to be permanent. So
So that is satisfactory. Really, all I'm getting at is that if in fact confronted with this, that we do not spend an incredible amount of time determining what that might mean. There is kind of a standing element that all parties can point to and say, this is what significant means.
Excellent.
That is
Thank
satisfactory. One other, this is EO1 on overtime. And I just, again, we spoke about this earlier actually today. This is and this is on page 135 or in the diligent, page 4, and it is Group B, item 3C2. And I just note through all of these various groupings, we're consistently talking about days, and in this clause, we're talking about hours. And I think just for consistency, I recommend that we stick with days. Ultimately, the hours do roll up to days. In this instance, but I think that unless there is a very specific reason why we have devolved that singular paragraph to hours.
Mr. Bellamore.
I think when we looked at this specifically, we can change it to days, but it recognizes that I think a lot of the Group B employees, which are more moving into the management team, they run on a 70-hour work week as opposed to some are on 80-hour work weeks in some of the Group A groups, but we can modify that.
Thank you.
Final, just so, and again, it is consistent with this, and this is contained actually within the report itself, not a policy, but it makes reference, and I did look it up, to OPCC 19-11-96. So presumably that was approved in, I believe it was November of 2019. I'm just kind of curious how it seemed to have fallen off of the desk or fell underneath the fax machine or something.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a good question. I wasn't here in 2019, so I can't speak to necessarily how it fell off, but it did, when we were reviewing the overtime section here, Director Perkins actually brought forward and said it doesn't speak to the patrol supervisors, so we went back and our payroll department had access to this because they had been following it since it was put in place in 2019, and we are just essentially doing the housekeeping exercise to make sure it's actually in policy today.
Excellent. And he doesn't know what a fax machine is. He's far too young for that. Anything further? All in favor? And I have a recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. I need a mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Petawawa, second by the member from Killaloe. Haggerty and Richards. All in favor? Excellent. We had no deferred reports. Is there any new information that we need to be updated on? I'm getting the no. Okay. We have no closed session. Is there any new business? I see none. I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, August 13th, 2025. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Head Clara Mariah. All in favor, and it is 12:13 for the adjournment. Is community services next or health? And what time would you? RCHC, at what time? Anytime you call it, 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon and welcome to the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board Annual General Meeting. It is Thursday, June 12th and 12:47. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and has roll call been taken? Evelyn, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? I see none. Adoption of minutes. I have a recommendation that the minutes of the May 14th, 2025 meeting be approved. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Killaloo, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by the member from Head Clare Mariah. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. There are no delegations and presentations, nothing for communications. Consent report. We have the consent report for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. There are 2 items there. If anybody has any questions, just to note that the number 1, the annual report for the Palmer Rapids Apartments drinking water system came in as a clean report. I believe this was asked for by one of the members. No. Any questions on 1 or 2? Seeing none. So I've already lost my spot here. Could I get a mover and a seconder to receive these as information, please? Member from the Warden, and seconded by member from North Algona, Wilberforce. Thank you. Pardon? All in favor? Carried, my first time here. Okay. Item number 8. We have the discussion report, and I will hand this over to Director Patrick, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board. There are 2 resolutions, so I'll read the first. Resolution number 1 is the audited financial statements, and the recommendation is that the audited financial statements for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation for the year that ended December 31st, 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from the City of Pembroke and seconded by member from McNabb Braeside. Can I have the background, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, we were fortunate to hear in the earlier report the overview of these items, and unless our treasurer at the back has anything further to add, we'll just see if there's any questions from the board. Thank you.
So there was a negative head shake from the Mr. Burke back there. Are there any questions or comments on the audited financial statement? None? Seeing none? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Continue on, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and through you to the board. So resolution number 2 is the annual general report for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. So I'll read the recommendation, and it is that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation approve the 2024 annual general report as presented.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Martin Prior, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Background, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the board. So members of the board will see a copy of the 2024 annual general report in front of them that was distributed earlier this morning. This is certainly a reflection of the work that went on in Renfrew County Housing Corporation throughout 2024. It was certainly a collaboration. As you'll see throughout the report, we work closely with our department and with the Development and Property Department, as well as Emergency Services, in providing tenant supports and building expertise to our tenants. So I will turn the floor over to the Manager of Community Housing, Jennifer Dombrowski, and the Manager of Real Estate, Kevin Raditz, who are just going to take a few moments to highlight some of the key initiatives from 2024 for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Council. Good afternoon, everyone. The Renfrew County Housing Corporation team is pleased to present the 2024 General Annual Report. This report offers a snapshot of the work that we've done over the past year and into the first quarter of 2025, and how that work continues to evolve. To begin, I'll walk through some of the key highlights that reflect the direction we're moving in, specifically how we've been advancing our collaborative model of care. If you'll join me just at taking a look towards the back of our room today, our audience does include some integral partners within the service delivery, our Renfrew County Housing Corporation staff, community services staff, and emergency services staff. They have all played an incredible role in both shaping and implementing the model of care. Thank you. This model was shaped alongside the Mesa approach and has helped to transform the way we think about and deliver community housing in the County of Renfrew. Across our model, there are two streams, property and tenant supports. And throughout these two streams, we make sure that we are taking all necessary steps to build a more resilient community housing community. After I'm done my presentation, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Kevin Raditz, the Manager of Real Estate, who will take you through several important projects and milestones that focus on preserving and improving our housing stock. His section will highlight the ongoing efforts to ensure that residents have access to safe, secure, and affordable housing options across Renfrew County. The collaborative model of care has evolved alongside Mesa approaches this past year, giving us a stronger focus on health and access to supports. This has played a key role in helping tenants remain safely housed. The model is grounded in a team-based approach that builds on staff capacity and acknowledges the complex challenges that many of our tenants face. The housing staff are often the first point of contact when a tenant needs help, and they have become essential connectors to health, social, and community services. We've committed to a trauma-informed approach, one that responds quickly, works collaboratively, and prioritizes stability through truly person-centered supports. It marks a shift from the traditional landlord role to a more integrated, wraparound circle of care that supports housing and well-being. When it comes to community housing, physical infrastructure and human connections go hand in hand, and they truly are inseparable. Together, they make a big difference not only in the health of individual tenants, but in the health of the whole community. At the core of all of our case management approaches is a strong lens of health and wellness. And this inspires innovation in how we deliver our program services and supports. Some of the ways that we are bringing this to life include wellness checks and outreach, environmental scans and observational assessments, health and wellness clinics, as well as high content and hoarding supports. Starting in January 2024, our community housing caseworkers began conducting in-home wellness checks with tenants. These visits help us stay connected and understand tenant needs firsthand. During these visits, we focus on identifying health, safety, and housing concerns, hopefully early on, and when needed, referrals are made to appropriate health, social, or housing connections. During 2024, we visited 489 households, with about 202 households requiring further follow-ups for more in-depth support. As part of these wellness checks and outreach visits, our staff conducted environmental scans and observational assessments to evaluate unit conditions and tenant well-being. We use an internal risk assessment tool that includes the Clutter Image Rating Scale to help consistently and objectively assess unit environments. There's often a strong connection between the condition of a unit and a tenant's overall well-being. Our non-judgmental, relationship-based approach encourages tenants to engage with us openly, helping us spot early signs of health and safety risks. And this better equips us to intervene before issues escalate further. As part of our collaboration with community paramedics, we launched bi-weekly health and wellness clinics at several RCHC apartments. This started during May 2024 and continued through to this month. Building on that work, the initiative grew into a door-to-door outreach campaign by the community paramedic program across most of our RCHC apartments. Through this partnership, community paramedics have worked with the RCHC team and residents to support tenant health and well-being in very practical and meaningful ways. Between 2024 and early 2025, community paramedics engaged with over 300 tenants. This collaborative approach has helped us with forming trust, strengthened relationships, and has also helped identify early risks such as untreated health conditions, dementia indicators, fall hazards, hygiene concerns, clutter issues, and food insecurity. This method also supports aging in place, and it improves access to clinical and mental health supports and guides proactive early interventions. Today, we want to give a special recognition to a community paramedic that has been integral in shaping our method and implementing our practice. And at the back with us today, we have Chris Day, and his work has been incredible in supporting the tenants of RCHC as well as the staff. Chris has brought a strong health lens to eviction prevention as well, ensuring tenants receive the care they need to maintain stable housing. Thank you, Chris. In 2024, we launched a one-year pilot in partnership with the Pembroke Regional Hospital Community Mental Health Team to better support tenants living with high content or hoarding concerns. The pilot has now been fully integrated into our ongoing case management practice, giving staff a more consistent and supportive approach when working with tenants in these adverse situations. We now use the Clutter Image Rating Scale to guide and track progress. The goal is to reduce content to a safe level. That level, theoretically, is around a level 3, but we recognize that that takes time and the right supports to be in place. Ultimately, this approach is helping reduce unit damage, it improves safety, and it better supports the tenant's overall health and well-being. Looking ahead, our work continues to evolve across 4 key areas: alignment and innovation, data and evidence, collaboration and coordination, compassion and capacity. We're building on the foundation of our MESA partnerships to create more coordinated and integrated pathways to support people with complex needs. We're exploring new technology to improve data management to help form evidence-based solutions. We're aligning practices, policies, and referral pathways under a shared communicated service model that will help connect housing, health, and social services more effectively. We're continuing to advocate for funding and coordinated funding streams to help enhance our services and maintain housing stock, if not grow it. Before I close, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the Board of Directors and the County Senior Leadership Team And most importantly, our staff, including our RCHC team, the whole team, including our community services team that are a big part of supporting the work, as well as our emergency services team. And I would be remiss to not include our development and property team, but again, they are the RCHC team as well. Your continued support, guidance, and commitment have been what makes this work possible and truly has impacted the lives of so many people. At this point, I'll turn it over to my colleague Kevin Raditz, our Manager of Real Estate, who will walk us through capital and infrastructure highlights that have been key to maintaining and strengthening our community housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I think we have to thank you, on behalf of the board here, we thank you for all the work you do, and all you people back there and the ones that are not here today. The work you do is just incredible. Thank you. Mr. Raditz?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the council. Good afternoon. So I'm just going to kind of recap or speak to a couple of items that was in the message from the Manager of Real Estate in the AGM. So let's do a portfolio overview. So as you see in our current portfolio, we have 1,029 units. So that translates into approximately about 1.1 million square feet of real estate. So just to put it in perspective, the average home in Canada is about 1,800 square feet. So that is about 650 homes or houses. A big portfolio. It's a lot of repairs, a lot of maintenance, a lot of grass cutting, and a lot of snow removal. So that just puts it in perspective, yes. Apologize, I'll a little closer. Thank you, Craig. So, I'll just speak to some of the milestones in 2024. And of course, as you're aware, some of the capital projects that we completed last year was the 8-unit build in Lee Street and Douglas, and the duplex on Cecil Street that was completed also in last year. Of course, those projects started in 2023 and they were carried over to 2024. 135 Francis Street. So that project that was in its infancy stage last year, that property was identified where we were going to do pretty much the same what we did at 202 Cecil Street. We were going to remove the existing home and replace it with a new building. Now, saying that, this project was somewhat unique in the sense that we didn't demolish the house. We were able to salvage it. And I'll give credit where credit is due to our CAO, Mr. Kelly. It was his suggestion that perhaps we can salvage this house and maybe somebody would be interested in it. So saying that, in essence, we probably saved about $50,000 by not demolishing it. And so that was a win-win situation for the county and the contractor. We sold the house to the contractor for $1, and there were some minimal expenses incurred, but again, we came out probably saving about $50,000. And of course, also last year we did the fit up and renos over at 700 McKay Street. That was 10 units in that one wing. And later last year, I think it was late November, we did the project at the Warman Center. Of course, that was a project that was done in about a 3-week period. There was a bit of an initiative to get that done in a short period of time. So kudos to the staff and the contractors who were involved in that endeavor. So capital projects. Last year we did, I think it was approximately 14 capital projects, and these are considered major projects, projects that are valued over the $50,000 value, so there was 14 of them. And as you can see, 75 Stafford Street, we focused on that one building. There was some work done on the roofs, roof replacement, balconies, some bathroom upgrades. 19 Smith, that was another building where we installed new exterior doors. Some other buildings, we targeted some balcony repairs across the portfolio. As you can see, we did 67 flooring projects, 42 bathroom renovations, and 24 kitchen refurbishments. So with the exception of the 14 capital projects, we did over approximately 250 projects last year. And of course, 2024 was no exception, dealing with unplanned events, emergency issues. As you can see, put up some pictures there. Of course, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Last year, again, we had a couple of fires, we had some flooding, and also a water main break. I'll just kind of maybe speak to the one issue. So, as I mentioned, we did over 250 projects, and the fact being, probably about 30% of the projects that we do, whether it's repairs, project, or maintenance, it's related to water issues. And that one picture, again, is no exception. You can see in the basement, it's literally about probably 4 or 5 inches of mud or sludge. So what happened there, it was something simple as the downspout from the east trough. It was disconnected, or it wasn't in place. We had a torrential downpour, and the water had transmitted down the foundation of the wall. And of course, there was a failure in the drainage weeping tile. So hence, within probably about 30 minutes to an hour, there was at least about a lot of mud and sludge in that basement. So it's just an example of what we encounter in dealing with some of these emergencies. And of course, hence, it was rectified about, $30,000 to $35,000 later. And of course, emergency repairs and unplanned events does impact our budgets. Then I'll just mention a couple of the fires. The one on top, that was a result of an overloaded circuit. The one down below was a result of a candle unattended. And then, of course, on the left, the water main break over, that was on actually Lee Street in Douglas. So, of course, each and every day we're involved in the operation and maintenance of the buildings. And last year was, we had a little bit of traction. We see it's mentioned up there that we transitioned from reactive to proactive model. Essentially what that is, of course, we all dealt with the pandemic, and for about a 2 to 3 year period, during that phase, we were just dealing with reactive priority work orders. So hence there was a backlog of work orders. So it was last year, in early 2024, that we were starting to address some of that backlog that we were unable to address during the pandemic. And vacancies. So last year was another milestone. Of course, the vacancy list, it always evolves. On the average, there's always going to be a turnover of 40 vacancies. In 2023, we were on any given time, we had 60 vacancies. Last year, we were able to reduce that to down to 40. And throughout 2024, we did a total of 84 vacant units that we turned over. And work orders, last year there was, again, a good number of work orders. As you can see up there, about 3,500 work orders. That's approximately 70 work orders per week. And when we say work orders, sometimes a project will be as a result of a work order. some work orders that our field staff, they will address and can be completed within the same day, or maybe only takes an hour. Of course, there's other work orders that it generates or translates into emergency projects, which could be anywhere from 2 weeks to maybe 2 months. And if you recall, last year we were able to do a comprehensive review of some of our buildings through the building condition assessments. And again, if you recall, these are just some of the numbers up there that was a result of that report from 2024. And in the two pictures there, we have Nelson Street and Albert. Of course, those are two of the priority properties that are on our list to address in the near future. Whoops. What did I do there? Oh, there we go. I think I missed a slide here. Apologize. Nope. So, looking ahead, of course, one of our endeavors is to enhance our asset management program. And when I say that, for an example, currently when we do building inspections, our staff will be out there with a printed off form on a board. They go to the site and they will actually document based on their visual inspection, and then of course take pictures via their cell phone, go back and upload it. So going forward, that's one of the things that we want to address is kind of to digitize some of our processes going forward. And of course, preventive maintenance, that's another, it says preventive maintenance becoming a standard, kind of more preventive maintenance and proactive maintenance, which again, we are starting to get some traction on that going forward. Of course, planning for new builds and new projects. We continue we're evaluating, any opportunities for future divestment or new buildings. Again, made reference to Nelson Street and Albert Street. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our frontline staff. We really do have some staff that's dedicated, conscientious, committed, and they take pride in what they do each and every day. So I'd like to acknowledge, and again, just a big thank you to them. And of course, a thank you to the council for your support. We were able to add some additional staff last year, which definitely has helped in addressing our workload. So, Tina, maybe we'll just show that short video of 135 Francis. So here's a video that was taken during the removal of the house down at 135 Francis. So again, as I mentioned, that in itself was a unique project. So, and Tina, perhaps we can pull up that one photo of before the house was removed. And then, of course, the latest one, so currently contractors are on site, and that project is should be completed, we anticipate, in October of this year. So in conclusion, we're looking ahead, and as you just viewed, literally, we are moving forward with projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raditz. Are there any questions or comments? Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Raditz. Certainly aware of the amount of upgrades and renovations you've been doing over the past number of years, in particular windows and patio doors. Are you noticing a reduction then in energy costs related to some of those upgrades?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we'd have to kind of investigate that a little bit more thoroughly, and I'm sure our finance we could probably pull some numbers. But just in general, there are some sites where we have seen a reduction in electricity costs.
Are there any other questions or comments? From the warden, please.
Thank you. Very quickly, when I got into town at 10 o'clock Monday night, I went around and had a look at that, just at Francis Street to make sure it was gone. So good work. I note on page 6, when you talk about the building inspection initiative, are we sharing that service with some of our partners? Because whenever we've done studies in the past, building condition assessments and stuff, we've included the other not-for-profits. So I'm just curious if we're extending this to them, or are we sharing the model with them?
So this is in reference to our internal building inspections. So we have our staff again that we have 2025. We have a target that will be 100% complete in all inspections. In 2023, I think we were able to do 137. And of course, the mandate going forward is to each and every year, the unit will be at least inspected once. So this is for like our kind of our own internal information.
Thank you, and if just a supplementary, if you don't mind. So when I look at the number of applications, the 5 bedrooms are not being sought after as much. How many 5-bedroom units do we have, and is there the opportunity to do some kind of a conversion to make 2 units out of them, or is that just too expensive?
Maybe I'll direct that question to either Ms. Patrick.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Davis, yeah.
Thank you for the question, and through you to the board. I'm looking around the room at the experts. Nobody knows the answer. So as far as how many we have, but I can state that all of those units are full. It's just we don't have a lot on the wait list for those larger units. We do have primarily, the largest amount on our wait list is for 1 and 2 bedrooms. And just to add and to Mr. Raditz's comments, just in response to the warden, the building condition assessment did include our nonprofits as well in that assessment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? He is Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thanks, Chair. And I apologize I couldn't be there in person, although I do see my seat is full right now. I'm glad to see it being kept warm. I just first wanted to thank the Housing Corporation, the whole team, Jennifer, Mr. Raditz, the whole crew, for everything that you do. And I think in the presentation that we saw from Jennifer earlier, she spoke about the concept, we're not just landlords, we're providing a whole collaborative wraparound service. And that, I think, is exactly what Council has been asking, and I'm just so happy to be able to see that occurring. The one thing I wanted to note, like the partnerships that you spoke about between paramedics, and now with the Heart Hub, PRH and the hoarding pilot that was tried. I mean, all of these demonstrate you reaching outside of what a normal landlord does and trying to make sure that you're providing services to better the quality of life of the people that you're housing. So I just wanted to make sure that that was highlighted and recognized for all that you do. Now, I just have a couple questions, and I'm not sure who you're going to throw these at, Chair, so I'll leave that one to you. The first one just has to do with the management of housing, the concept of the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. We're seeing new housing come up in concepts like with the Heart Housing at McKay. We're talking about the Warming Center, so the HPP housing. We were talking about Campus of Care housing on our agenda for the future, and our not-for-profits. How do we see the future of the Housing Corporation capturing these new collaborative arrangements? How does it all come together? How is that change managed? So I'll leave my first question. I'll come back on my second one.
I'll leave this to our CAO, Craig.
Well, thank you. Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. Yeah, no, I'll chime in here because my colleagues are looking at me to chime in. So committee will recall, and council will recall, we have looked at models including Municipal Services Corporation. We've looked at the benefits and the cons of that, and you have a report about that. Obviously, we are reviewing different options. There is going to be potential for a lot of housing to come online, but it's all dependent on funding. The Treasurer and I often have conversations about the benefits of having another municipal services corporation or the adverse reaction to having that. Renfrew County Housing Corporation is a wonderful organization, Renfrew Corporation to tap into and access funding through that. Long story short, we don't know how it's all going to flow. It really is depending on the funding. So if I look at the Campus of Care, for example, while it might be managed by the development property in terms of getting the expression of interests through and the design and all that stuff, if the Ministry of Long-Term Care suggested to us that the funding is going to come through them, then it's going to be a long-term care program that we just manage. If it's going to be a nonprofit rent geared to income project, it'd probably go through RCHC. If it's going to be a combination of rent geared income, supportive housing, and maybe market rent, then we may look at a different model to accomplish that task. So I think that staff is definitely open to suggestions to bring to this committee and council on how to move forward. But at the moment, the model is working as it is until things change. We're not suggesting jumping into a new situation. We heard, was it last month, 2 months ago, the Municipal Services Corporation, just to start that process along as years, right? And I think we have to be nimble enough, and the current structure we have creates that nimbleness.
Supplemental, Councillor?
Thank you. That's perfect. And as just to recognize that challenge is on the table and being discussed, and I think it's just to keep it at the forefront as we're going along. I just wanted to make sure we recognized it. So thanks very much, CAO. So two other more operational questions, if I could, Chair. The first one, maybe Mr. Raditz, but just he talked about 40 vacant units, that being the new number we've been able to achieve. And I'm just wondering, is 40 what we can expect to be the managing amount? Is there a diminishing returns if we invest more money in preventative maintenance and maintenance? Can we get the number down further, or is that just not worth the investment? And then one final question, Chair.
Mr. Raditz, please.
With that number of 40 units, again, that's kind of, again, at any given time, there will be always about that number of 40 units. It does vary. Of course, we always strive to be more efficient and reduce that. But of course, I mean, we would never get it down to like a 10 unit or 0%. That's just not feasible. There's several factors for that. The reason being, when we do some maintenance and repairs on vacant units, depending on the condition, Some may take as little as 3 weeks, and then there's other units, depending the scope of work that's involved, could take 6 months or more. There's some of these units that we do, we have to do like a complete re-gut right down to the frame. Again, some of those units we're aware of that in advance. There's other units when we do the initial inspection after the tenant vacates, we realize and find out that there's more issues involved. So there'll be always that percentage of units, and it seems to be that 40 units will be kind of like a common number of units. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
That's perfect. No, so expectation management is 40. I got it. Final question then, Chair, and then I'll yield. Mrs. Dombrowski spoke to it in her presentation about the involvement of the community paramedics. And I know that the age of many of our tenants is progressing higher, and I believe the wait list has the majority of the people on the wait list being older adults. I'm wondering, with the community paramedics being so involved, are there individuals currently in our housing who are also on a wait list with our long-term care? Are we managing those through the community paramedics? Is there almost a in one spot waiting for a spot to open up in another location situation?
Who would like to handle this one? And Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the board. We don't have, we have started to consolidate our data, and I know that we, through the work of paramedic Chris Day at the back, has been entering, onboarding, some of our tenants into the community paramedicine program so that we have a more fulsome picture of some of their needs. I can't give specifics, but I can certainly, indicate, and I think we've spoken about this before, that, we do have a number of our tenants that are aging, and we see increasing numbers of accessibility requests coming into RCHC and for modifications to units in order to stay, as they don't have another place to go. So certainly just general comment from me, and I think Mr. Dombrowski's overview, put this, very clearly to light, but certainly we've identified that the work that our community paramedics have been able to do has been really, really valuable for our tenants. We have a number of unattached tenants that don't have access to primary care and are dealing with some significant health challenges that has at times put their tenancies at risk. And we certainly have done a lot of work as a collaborative team towards eviction prevention in terms of some upstream approaches to keeping people housed and preventing additional individuals coming into homelessness. So I think, that work is really been very important. And I think that we do see, both aging seniors in our buildings as well as individuals that have, pretty significant health needs that haven't been addressed. And I think this is one of the things that has been so important about the work we've done over the past year in the partnership with emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, that's good. Okay.
Sorry, yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Member from Admiston Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, through you, to staff in its entirety, beginning, of course, with the Director, and, of course, Ms. Dombrowski and all of the staff that are really embracing perhaps the most precarious components of our society here in the county of Renfrew. Incredible work that everyone is doing. This often is something that I think flies beneath the radar. So it is essential, an essential service. I have a couple of comments and a question. I'm kind of curious, so kind of picking it up on page 26, and that is 105 for those on the PDF. Ultimately, between the County of Renfrew and the 1,029, the several not-for-profit entities, And then, of course, some of the other programs of the supplement program, the COB program, the rent allowance program, cumulatively or in aggregate, how many households are being assisted in the County of Renfrew?
Ms. Patrick, please.
It's an excellent question. I have a few numbers off the top of my head, but I certainly, and maybe Mr. Dombrowski would know, but I don't know the total count. I'm sure some of our experts at the back would know this as well. I don't know the count of our nonprofits. I know we have over 200 individuals on our rent supplement program, and many more assisted through some of the other funding streams. But it's a great question, and we can certainly get back to you with a total count.
Okay, much appreciated. And unfortunately, I did have, but I can't locate it now, in the most recent census for the County of Renfrew. I want to say there was something like 50,000, 52,000 perhaps households. And I think that those numbers would perhaps give some substantial context of what percentage of our community are being challenged with what has been, and I agree with, recognized as a human right. Homeless and housing. So I think that would provide some of that context. Moving on, just a couple of technical kind of questions. I note that there are just under 50 delta between the chronological wait list and the centralized wait list. I wonder what distinguishes one from the other.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Sorry, Councillor Donahue, are you referring to there's a special priority placement and then our chronological wait list?
Well, there is the chart. Again, I'm going to try and use the chart on page 21. I'm lost to know what page that would be. 100, actually, I believe. And there are so number of households on a chronological wait list is 1,465. Number on the centralized wait list is 1,552. So what distinguishes those two substantial numbers?
Thank you. And through you, Chair, to the councillor, and thank you for the clarification. So yes, so the 1763, the chronological wait list is people are on a wait list in order of when they have applied. And then the special priority status is applicants that have experienced intimate partner violence or gender violence, and that's designated by the province as being special priority status, and they are to be housed first. And so that brings the total to the 1,811 for 2024.
Okay, thank you so much for that. This is with respect to, on page 25, with respect to the investments, I just wanted to, I seem to have, even if not by direction, I have adopted the mantle of the person that's going to be looking at numbers. So with respect to the 2024-2025, I just wanted to note that the unaudited financials that were presented here in April are in fact showing an amount that is slightly over $200,000 more than are cited in this column. This column in aggregate is recognizing $3,569,200, which is precisely what had been budgeted, but in fact there was an additional $210,000, so the actual that Mr. Burke had cited in April was just under $3.8 million. So we are seeing some benefit there. Second last comment, incredibly disappointed actually that I'd mentioned the COB to see the reduction. This is the lowest I think that it's been in 5 years, or the 5 or 6 years that are reported here. So that is somewhat discouraging in the environment that we find ourselves and have found ourselves in some time. There is no opportunity for any step backwards. Finally, I just wanted to note, in this report, it's on page 30 on the PDF, it is 109. There is, I think, what ostensibly was intended to be a hot link to the new bilateral agreement is not, in fact, cited within the report, whether it is in the hard copy or on the digital copy, and I would be interested in pursuing that. In any event, once again, reiterate to close to acknowledge the incredible effort and the incredible sensitivity and compassion that are shown by the Renfrew County Housing Corporation And I note, and I think that it should be highlighted, it was certainly highlighted at a session we were at in municipal civility yesterday, the incredible importance of connection, that contact, that human contact and being seen, and kudos to your entire department for providing those eyes that are seeing these people. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Member from North Algona-Wilberforce, please.
Thank you. And just one final question. I know a recent article on the news talked about the challenges that landlords are facing with delinquent tenants who choose not to pay their rent, knowing the process to get through the whole landlord-tenant tribunals is a lengthy one. And I'm curious, knowing the amount of backlog that the Renfrew County Housing experienced during COVID, and some of the challenges getting those through the landlord-tenant process. Are we seeing an improvement and a reduction in some of those incidents? And are we experiencing an improvement in some of the challenges with tenants? And I would assume we are with the program in collaboration with the Pembroke Regional Hospital on dealing with some of the mental health issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Councillor Brose. I can certainly just indicate, I think there are still some, significant delays with the Landlord and Tenant Board. However, really our focus is on, the eviction mitigation and prevention. So we are often looking at ways to, keep people housed and reducing our need to go forward with Landlord and Tenant Board orders. Certainly with respect to the Pembroke Regional Hospital and all of our partnerships through MESA, incredibly important. We are really very well connected and very well supported by our community partners that have the expertise and the services to support our tenants, and we're really, I think, very aligned in terms of the MESA approach, in terms of supporting those that are really vulnerable in our communities and trying to connect and fill in some of those gaps in a more comprehensive way than we have in the past.
Okay, thank you. Warden, please.
Yeah, just a couple of very quick questions. Again, just to double down, this is a very impressive report, and thank you very much for it. And as Councillor Donahue mentioned about the collaborative approach, and as of others, it's very important. Just a quick, on page 21, in 2023, 76 people moved out, and in 2024, 65 people moved out. So I'm curious, did they move out into other programs or into their own homes? Do we know any kind of numbers on that? And I don't think we can answer that today. And then the last question is on the rent supplement program private market. It talks of 72 households. And I know that during COVID and after COVID, we had the number of rental opportunities was decreasing because people were selling them and turning them back to homes. So if possible, in future years, if we get a 5-year graph just to show whether it's up or down, so that's not an issue, with the exception of if it's steadily going up, then we need more funding, and then we can start lobbying. So anytime you can expand some of these numbers, it just gives us a sense of trends and the ability to speak knowledgeably. Thank you.
So do we have an answer to his first question as to where? No. We'll bring that back, the first question as well? Okay. Before we go on, I'd like to reiterate our thank you. An excellent report, Ms. Dombrowski and Mr. Raditz. And thank you for all you members that are here, all you great people at the back. I think I need to call for the vote now on this. Yeah, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now I have a recommendation. Where is that? Come on. Recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Head Clare-Mariah. All in favor? Carried. Oh, a recommendation. Okay, there are no deferred reports, no verbal reports. Oh. Councillor Nicholson, did you have a question?
I did, Chair, but you already passed the resolution, so I'll talk to staff afterwards. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry about that. You need a bigger hand. There's no new or other business. Recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held at the call of the chair. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by the member from, I need a hand, McNabb Brayside, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. We'll take a couple of minutes to switch over to our community services agenda. Thank you. Welcome to Community Services Committee meeting. It is 1:43 on Thursday, June 12th. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and has roll call been taken? Ms. Van Starkenburg.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Adoption of minutes. I have a recommendation that the minutes of the May 14th, 2025 meeting be approved. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from McNabb Brayside. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Delegations and presentations. I'd like to welcome our CAO, Craig Kelly from the County of Renfrew, and Ms. Sabine Mersman. Welcome back once again. CEO of the Pembroke Regional Hospital, co-chair of the executive team, Heart Hub. And they will give us an update on activities to date establishing the Heart Hub. Thank you.
Because it wouldn't be a council meeting without Sabina Mersman at our council meeting. So thanks very much for coming again. So it's absolutely our pleasure. I think a few members were asking, what about Heart? We haven't heard from you in terms of a presentation for a bit. We have been talking about it at different panels and different meetings, but it's about time that we actually start talking about it again in its fullness here at Committee and Council once again. Before I begin, though, there's two strange ladies at the back who haven't been here before. I'd like to introduce you to our Heart Hub team so far, Molly Fulton, who is now our Heart Hub lead, and Tara Etta, who is our site managers for our site. So, of course, welcome to the County Renfrew team, and of course, welcome to the Heart Hub team. So I know Sabina's got another engagement, so we're just going to try to get through this as best we can today. Flip through some of this. So just by way of a background, so going back to 2023, when we started envisioning what Mesa would be, we started talking to our regional and collaborative partners, including PRH and McKay Manor and all that, all the programs that exist across the county. And then Mesa was developed in terms of a collaborative approach to compassionate care. So that was back in 2023, beginning of 2024. At the same time, Renfrew County District Health Unit assembled a team of many of the same partners and more to develop the Renfrew County and District Drug Strategy. And that drug strategy, right now, Councillor Donahue and Councillor Giardini sit on that team and play an integral part. But I think it was just last month or two ago, the strategy was effectively launched. and taking care of a lot of the issues, or at least addressing a lot of the issues that are Renfrew County specific, but with a specific view, of course, to Pembroke, where they were seeing a lot of encampments going on and a large homeless, visible homeless situation taking place. So that's a bit of a background to where we ended up into spring of 2024. So spring of 2024, of course, as committee will recall, there was a specific motion and direction to establish bridge housing or transitional housing here in Pembroke to help some of the same members you just heard about in Renfrew County Housing Corporation, those clients find housing or a roof over their head that could otherwise not be supported. We entered into a lease agreement with Carrefour on 700 McKay Ave, or 7 McKay Street, to establish up to 10 or 12 units. We vary on numbers because we have space for more, but at the moment there was 10 established rooms or suites at McKay on McKay Street. Lo and behold, after a series of pieces of advocacy, we were at Queen's Park, I think that May, and talked to then Associate Minister Tabolo about his approach to addiction and homelessness, addiction and recovery treatment ultimately. And he was talking about a new approach, and we didn't know what that was, but we felt we were on the same path with our collaborative partners and where we're going with these transitional housing spaces. In August of 2024, they announced an intake, or at least an expression of interest, to establish a HEART hub, standing for, of course, Homelessness, Addiction, and Recovery Treatment Hubs. A quick call to our partners at PRH, of course. We have a great relationship with Sabina, and we had decided after a series of meetings that we would establish a bit of a working group and sent in an expression of interest where we would both be a co-lead on this, and that intent to apply in that short 4-week period went in the end of September. And then a quick 3 weeks after that was a lot of work to get a submission submitted by mid-October. So at that time, I think there's only about 12 or 14, I think, that were going to be approved. The safe injection sites were a number of them that were closing down in Ottawa and Toronto and other places. And they were going to establish a number of hubs. There was a good case being made for the Pembroke region, and that was being considered by the time. 14's a lot of, it wasn't enough for Ontario to handle the situation. So between October and January, there was a movement to establish up to 29 hubs throughout the province. I think it was actually 29 was added at the last minute. And luckily, we were kind of on the bubble, as we understand, to receive one, but what these additional spaces becoming available, Renfrew County was awarded this space the day the writ was dropped that the province entered the election, so January 27th. And you remember that announcement. At the time, they said you have to be operational by April 1st. Okay, well, we were basically ready. We had spaces at the Carrefour space. We had a relationship with PRH for mental health and withdrawal management beds that we know we could establish fairly quickly. We already had a relationship with McKay Manor for some other services that we're already offering, and we were ready to go. I'll give an update later on where we are now with the province, because that's a different topic altogether. But by way of just an update, you heard today, of course, through other departments that we stood up a warming center with our partners in Petawawa, Laurentian Valley, and of course Pembroke, late December or early December, and that ran until the end of April. And of course, we've seen these stats, we've seen the reports, but we know it's been largely successful. So I won't dwell too much on these stats, but as we move through, we still understood that even into the end of April, when the weather was getting better, I know it's going to get better. It's June, or it's getting warmer. But even until the end of April, we were still seeing increased use of the warming center, and the numbers certainly weren't going down, as we've already seen through the report. So we knew that transitioning this to a 24/7, or continuing with the 24/7 model would be something we'd have to consider, but certainly not diminishing in its use over the nighttime or even during the daytime. So the HEART Hub, what is the HEART Hub? So the HEART Hub ultimately is going to be up to 45 beds total. Actually, it's not actually more than that. That's actually wrong. It's 55 beds. Yeah. It's 55 beds, but 10 is a little bit different. So we're going to be receiving, long story short, $6.3 million. When we applied for this, and we brought this forward to council to get some movement on this, was $6.5 million plus, $6.3 million plus 1.8 in minor capital. At some point along the wisdom of the province, they've changed that somewhat. We are told we're going to be receiving $6.31 million annually. 1.31 is going to go towards supportive housing and directed supportive housing. And then of the $5 million remaining, 1.8 towards minor capital. Of course, you've seen our financials. You know what we've spent at McKay Manor, on McKay Street. I think Jason does that all the time. On McKay Street at Carrefour is significant, is what we've spent. I think we've spent in the order of about $500,000 or $600,000 to get that site ready, and we're not done. That's only 10 rooms of supportive housing right now. So we still need to determine where the other 35 are going to be, and then there's going to be 10 withdrawal management beds that we're going to have to sort out where they are. But of course, Sabina will talk to that on a temporary basis later on in the presentation. So the Heart Hub will be a series of spaces for those who are on a health journey to wellness. So the intent is they will be assessed at the intake center, which will be where the warming center is now, to be assessed on where they're going to be tracked through, whether it be through one of the programs that we're going to offer in terms of supportive housing at the Carrefour Center, or will they find another path forward at a regional situation, perhaps in Ottawa, Toronto, or Kingston, or otherwise. And again, there will be, we've said 15 spaces at the warming center. Of course, we are obliged to pay attention to the zoning rules in the city of Pembroke. Of course, they will not be shelter beds, but there will be spaces of respite where folks can get out of the weather and seek treatment and just get out of their encampment stay if that's where they are. But it's not just going to be the hub as a physical space. We're going to use that as the hub, it's going to be the hub for the space locally, but we're going to use a spoke model and reach out to those regions across the county, but use that as the area where we can attract people to if they need to seek it. But we're still going to rely on, of course, our partners in Mesa to reach out to all the other regions across the county and surrounding regions. Yeah. So ultimately, it's low barrier access. It's eliminating a lot of common barriers that we all have seen over the years of where do I go, how do I get better treatment, where does my family member go, how can I get my family member or my friends into a service that will help them in their journey. So it's really a wellness center for betterness, and that's what we aim to do. We're very, very lucky to have this right here. Again, on your slides that you received and behind us is a number of services we'll be offering, either through the hub itself or through the hub partners. Of course, this one center can't be anything and all things to everybody, but through our partners, there'll be recreational programming down to life skills coaching, some Indigenous training and mentorship, and mental health and substance disorder, for example, that we'll be offering. Let's see. So how were we making this work? I think this is a very important piece to this all. Do you want to speak to this? You really like this piece. I'll let you go. You're really going to get at this one.
Craig and I are making a good team. He's the visionary and I'm the structure person.
There you are.
Yeah. So we actually, this is part of the proposal, and early on we said we need to be careful in ensuring that we find a way to not make things too big for decision making and have good oversight of finances and hiring of staff, but also be a really collaborative model. So with many other people's inputs, we came up with this new governance structure. It's not very often has not been used very often. So the joint executive is very small. It's of course you as the county, the Pembroke Regional Hospital and Carrefour, and we have limited our responsibility really to be one of budget oversight and just ensuring that things are staying within what we had meant to be. It doesn't go off track strategically. And then the next level would be the leadership circle. So these are actually the strategic leaders of many of our partnership organizations, and they would give that strategic oversight to say, is the HARTAP meeting the needs of our community? You know, how is it all coming together? Are we making sure that the services are utilized appropriately? And do we need to do something different or maintain the same structure? And then more granular is the community response table. And this is really an operational group. They are the people, the experts should be sitting around the table to say, these are the types of professionals we need to treat and help those individuals that we're going to look after. You know, this is the type of housing we need. You know, these are the opportunities that are available in Renfrew County and all of those pieces. And so they are the table that will make recommendations and likely a wish list of what they see might help. Then it'll go to the leadership circle to say strategically, does this make sense? And then we're going to look at the budget and say, you know, can we actually afford it? So I think so far this is going pretty well.
So again, we've provided these to you. I'm not going to run through them. Obviously, for the public and for yourselves, there are a number of services that we'll be offering, and we're just busy working, of course, with Molly and Tara to refine these and really come to ground on how many people we're going to need to hire, how many people we can collaborate with, and what other services are in the area. This is a lot of folks. This is a lot of folks that we'll have to onboard and make sure that they're all on board. We're looking at 30, 35 people or so to really create and run the hub over the next 3 years. That is the target of a 3-year pilot project as they're determining it. So I'll just flip through those. But again, we've talked about the hub and spoke model, but what's next, of course, is you've already heard, and Mr. Perkins is working with members of this committee on working through how do we handle things like transportation for those in need, because although it's in Pembroke, we totally understand that people from Calabogie to Stonecliff to Barry's Bay and Arnprior, how do they access these services here? So we're working, of course, with our friends that are already providing that transportation service, and how do we as a county look forward to creating a county-wide transportation network. And then, of course, the spokes, as we already talked about with our collaborative partners. So where are we now? Of course, we already introduced Molly and Tara. They're busy little folks. They've made a big pile of changes so far. Surprisingly, although we had a submission to the province, they've asked us to go back and look at our budget and redo that. So we have no money in the bank. Right now, we're working off the reserves that, of course, we budgeted for in 2023 and 2024. We have a promissory note from the province that we're going to get a letter of understanding, or at least a transfer payment agreement at some point. There's a motion on the table to address that later today. We anticipate that coming at the end of June, but we're still negotiating some of the check marks, if you will, in that agreement. And again, we've talked about the $6.31 million per year annually for 3 years, and that's the term of the agreement. We understand we're now working with 3 ministries, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Ministry of Health, and Ontario Health. So imagine how confusing that can get with 3 transfer payment agreements coming through. We're actually have also asked, surprisingly, they don't have it yet, and we're just trying to get that together, is of the 29, we're not alone in this boat. There has to be a number of other people that are swimming upstream like we are. So we're trying to establish through the ministries a community of care, or a community of practice at least anyway, with all those other 29s, because I think that it's important that Molly and Tara are supported by their peer network. Between you and I and whoever's watching, I think we're way ahead of many municipalities, actually like miles ahead of many municipalities. And we're incredibly thankful for this committee and our partners to allow us to be that far ahead, that far ahead of the game. So again, back to that. So we anticipate seeing our first clients probably later this summer by the time everything's in place. Community response team, Sabina's already addressed, has already it was already in place and working very well. Chief Nolan was the chair at the moment. He's taken an opportunity to address other things with the Mesa Group, and we're very lucky that Sarah Sell from PRH, who's now running the mental health department, and Andrea Patrick, of course you know her quite well, are now co-chairing the CRT. So that's fantastic because now it's mental health and addiction is
being represented, as is housing, and those two departments and those two leaders in our community are essential to be part of this community response team. And part of that is, of course, the situational tables that will deal with withdrawal management, supportive housing, and the overnight stays, which is the warming center. We've talked at length about Care for It, but let's talk about the warming center a bit, because you've heard about the warming center for the last 6 months now. So we absolutely have recognized that the warming center has played an integral role in Pembroke and region from November to the end of April. We understand where it's been for the last month or so. I'm very thankful that we have staff on the ground to really address some of the use and perhaps some misuse of that center. So we're going to be taking the approach of that this moment in time is a perfect time to reset all things kind of heart and a little bit of Mesa. And we're going to be shuttering the warming center at the end of June during the daytime period only. It's still going to be open at night for those in need. And shuttering the site during the daytime and relying on our partners, including the Grind and otherwise, to take care of those folks in need of programming or their health needs, of course, will be addressed through community paramedicine. But this allows us to do the requirements of renovation to make this space available as the intake center later this year. So it's a perfect time to reset and again, take care of some of the things that we've learned. Kevin mentioned it earlier. We established the warming center in 3 weeks. We learned a lot over 6 months about what works, what doesn't, and now is the time to reset that. So my quote is to be patient with us as we transform that warming center into a new space. And Sabina's going to talk about the withdrawal management beds.
Sure. Thank you, Craig. Maybe just to go back, to where we're at and how come we are a little bit ahead. I think it is thank you to the County of Renfrew. I mean, having the foresight, first of all, to renovate the spaces at McKay. This would be really challenging if we didn't have the space now. Sometimes it's like the stars sort of align, right? The fact that this year, many of people around this table, the warming center table, decided we're not going to go to a trailer. We're actually going to look at bricks and mortar, which allowed us to kind of continue with that principle. And so really it's giving us a leg up on so many fronts. And we were so lucky that we could maintain that intake center during this time and now develop the model and expand the model. So, all of these pieces, so when you think about the Heart Hub, and Craig did a great job describing it, there's certainly pieces around, the bedded capacity and having places for people. But the big thing is the services we're going to provide in the center of that. And one of the big needs in Renfrew County is withdrawal management. We have heard, from our partners for years, Molly and others who work in the community mental health program with the hospital, that, people have to leave the county to get withdrawal management. But it's also the hardest one to stand up, because withdrawal management can be very hard detox where people are on cardiac monitors, supervised by physicians 24/7, and it can be something that can be provided in the community in a residence for the lower acuity drugs. So where do we go? What's our niche here? And if we go to the really hard detox, I think we're going to have challenges in Renfrew County. It's a small group of people, but it also takes resources that we actually currently don't have. But there are many people that could be benefiting from a program that's in between those two, and we call it residential withdrawal management. Our team has been looking at some sites, and they're actually going to a couple more sites to see, what's the art of the possible. And while there's lots of space still at Care for that can be renovated to accommodate those clients, this is a few months away. So we have been looking at, can we accommodate some of those beds at the hospital, and what would that look like? I can't make any promises yet whether we're actually going to be able to do that, because, as I said, we still have some work to do on establishing the model and seeing whether we have the resources. But the whole plan is start it up somewhere and then, move it to Care for, where we have this all-encompassing, and this goes back again to the MESA principle, low barrier access. People come there and come to the intake center, and they are going to be put on the pathway that they need at that time. time, whether it's housing, whether it's withdrawal management, whether it's psychotherapy, whether it's connecting somebody with somebody from a vocational perspective, whether it's getting your birth certificate and regular forms filled out. So there are many things that we will be providing at the hub, and the idea is find a place where we can do all of those things, and people don't have to. Right now, when you look at some of the services that we provide in Renfrew County in mental health and addictions, you see a long list of phone numbers, and it says like if you have any trouble, and you live in this area, you can call Monday to Friday at this number from 8 to 4, and then if you have this problem, you call. If you are in stress, how are you ever going to figure this out? So we really need to, do this great job that Mesa has already been doing, and we're going to continue with the Heart Hub. So more to come, definitely on withdrawal management. I have great hopes in our team to continue that work.
That's almost it. I think that's. Yeah, so again, we, just in terms of wrapping up, of course, there's still a supportive housing situation table as part of the community response table that we'll talk about where to house everyone. We 10 spaces is enough, 45 is not enough, but with the motel stays and all these other things that we're dealing with, that table will advance that. Yes, please.
Let me just jump in on this. The other pieces on the supportive housing table, it's great that we have 10 or 12 spaces, but we also need to think about what do those clients need in those beds so that they can actually move on out of those beds. Because, we're going to put people in there and they're going to be like, this is a great spot, great spot, and I'm going to love it here. But the whole point is to transition people back out into other opportunities. So that's a really important piece. Otherwise, that's all we're going to have for 3 years is 12 spaces for 12 people.
Great point. So again, the final slide is all hands on deck. Of course, we're all thankful for the relationship with PRH, with McKay Manor, of course, with Care4, and oh my gosh, all the partners. If it wasn't for them, this certainly wouldn't happen. But it all started with a vision, and I'm glad that everybody was on board with this, and we're well down a great path. So I think we're open to questions now, Chair, if you're willing.
Wow. Are there any questions or comments? Member from Arn Prior, please.
Thank you, Chair. As one of the spokes, Craig, do we have a service dog?
Service dog?
For one of your spokes on your hub? We see quite a number of veterans have service dogs.
Oh, okay.
So would there be a spoke on your hub for service dogs that someone may rely on today when you see people with their dog with them?
Yeah, we don't have, through you, Chair, we don't have a service dog. I mean, these are one of these services. I think what we're doing right now is identifying those needs. If there are services required for a veteran or somebody who needs a service dog, we have, I think even through our own department, establishing a relationship with St. John's Ambulance, who does a lot of work with mental health service animals as well. So between one of the partners, we have established a relationship that could make it work. I mean, animals and long-term care facilities and all these things have other contracts involved, but I don't think the intent is to turn anybody away from someone in need. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. I have 3 questions. So the first one has to do with just the housing. And Sabina, you made the comment there about what do we do with 12 spots? Where do they go from there? This leads back to my question that I had for the CAO earlier about the bigger picture of housing across all of the different elements that we're playing in. And I just want to recognize how complex that is. I'm not suggesting that it might be as easy as creating a corporation, but I think we need to recognize it. And the importance that we don't want to set something up to fail either. So we're going to have to figure out the piece for what do they do after the 12 beds. I don't know if staff want to comment before I go to the second question.
You certainly can comment through you, Chair. Is that, okay, so there's 10 beds currently at the Care4 site. We're obligated through the relationship of the other 45 in there to have a number of set supportive housing units after that. So there will be on your journey. If you picture a journey of a person in crisis, they will be, let's say, from tent to house, if you want to use that analogy. They will find their way into the intake center. Hopefully, they will agree to some type of program that will see them in a withdrawal management or some type of modification to their behaviors, I guess, if you want to call it that. If they're in mental health crisis, then it might be another program that they're another program that they're into. So they are enrolled into. So they will find their way into if they're part of the social contract and make the rules of the social contract, excuse me, in the Care for Center, they will be into one of those 10 rooms. The social contract really, as Sabina mentioned, you're not going to be there for a longer period of time. It could be up to a year, let's say, or 10 months or 8 months. Somewhere in that journey, it is hoped that the person will then transition to a transitional room or another place, which could be and likely be in the Care for Center. It's phasing of your exit, I guess, from one to the other. So that's your journey. Once they have made that journey to another supportive housing unit in our larger hub, it is hoped they will be ready for placement within either a private situation or a private landlord. If they find it, we'll obviously help them find a room. We may have vacancies that they could also transition into, and we have some priority levels on depending who they are. So that is their journey. Their journey is from really, from tent to house, and that's the hope.
Question number 2, and then I'll go to other members. There are other questions.
That's perfect. And I just wanted to lead, and I didn't. I got jumped into my question. Just how impressive this feat is, and the fact that it's cross-organizational, involves Pembroke, it involves Care for, PRH. Incredible to be able to see something that we had only inklings that could exist a mere 2 years ago, to having 2 new employees at the back of the room, digging in and being prepared to execute. So please don't take my questions anything but only wanting to further this initiative. So my second one just has to do with the situational tables, and I know that it's going to be important to be able to manage the individuals in this spectrum as they go through, and you're going to have to involve the situational tables. At this point, the concern I have, or not the concern, but the thought is, how do we incorporate people who are on the peripheral that might be on a community safety well-being situational table that may involve some of the same organizations? How is that crosstalk kind of going to be integrated so that we capture the people that might not be in the very strict stream of the warming center through?
Yeah, excellent question. Thank you. To me, this is the job of our lead, Molly. Sorry, we do have we purposefully did not stack the committees with 20 and 30 people. It's very, very difficult to make decisions when you have too many people around the table who are maybe ancillary only involved. But I think this is the job of our implementation lead, Molly, to actually build those relationships with all of those agencies. In addition to that, the community response table that is led now by Andrea and Sarah Sell will actually have some action groups, right? They won't be able to solve everything at that table. So if they come to a situation where they say, okay, actually we need to figure out what we do for treatment, and there are several agencies, whether it might be Mental Health Service of Renfrew County and some addictions partners that come together to figure out, what are the right people. They may have to go away and build an ad hoc committee to figure those things out. So I mean, the intent is not to leave anyone out, but also to have a structure that actually is functional and that is able to make decisions and drive things forward, rather than being maybe on the more chaotic side if it's too big of a table.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to the member from Petawawa, then Pembroke, and then back to you, Neil.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, congratulations to everybody involved in this and all the progress we've made and all the steps we've taken to provide these services for those who need it. This may sound like three little questions, but it's one big long one. I know when we first began this process with the Care For building, we talked about a common room that maybe had some kitchen facilities and recreation facilities. Is that part of what's happening now? Are there actual physical individuals in the facility, and how is it staffed right now to deal with what's going on?
Thank you again for the question, Council Member. The question is yes, it was designed with some common areas. There is a communal kitchen, there's a communal laundry space, and some others. So we will tour folks. We're just getting to that point where we send people on a tour. There's no one in there right now. So to be clear, right now we're leasing 2 areas of Care For. We're leasing the first floor, which has been entirely renovated, and a second floor annex space. We're awaiting. We were down a road of what we're going to do with this, but when the Hard Hub was announced, so we haven't done anything with that yet. Care For has offered us some additional space, so we're just assessing what the overall needs will be. So there's no one in there right now. We are awaiting the transfer payment agreement to learn the rules of a Hard Hub before we put anybody in there. And the staff member is Tara at the back, who is managing both sites, both the Warming Center site and the Care For site. So she will be back and forth between those 2 sites. We're actually just working on infrastructure to get them down in there so they can work out of that space in the next week or 2. So that's what you have right now.
Was that your 3 questions? Oh, okay. Wow. Member from Pembroke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to reach out and congratulate everyone. Warden, I know a while back, when there was a need, the municipalities at the last minute had to come up with some dollars they didn't have in their budget. I know the city of Pembroke, 100,000. I know the other communities also kicked in because they knew how vital this project was, and look how it has evolved. But I have to share one small little anecdotal story with you. Christmas Eve passed, and it doesn't sound like Charles Dickens' The Christmas Carol story, but I was going to my wife and I were going to my son's on Christmas Eve to celebrate traditionally a little gathering we've had over the years. And parking on the side of his street, I saw a woman in distress across from his home. She was falling on the ground. She was getting up, middle-aged lady. So consequently, I thought she was in distress. I went over to her and I said, "Are you all right?" And she responded to me in expletive language and with many tears and sobs that no, she was not all right, that nobody cared about her, that she could walk out onto the Ottawa River on an ice floe and drown and nobody would care. They'd find her body in the spring. This is the way she felt. And she continued to sob and cry. And she was reaching out as a human being, And I mean, I've heard many stories where people that are addicted to drugs will try and set you up or get your sympathy to get money, etc. But to me, that wasn't the case. And I said to her, "I care about you." And she continued to cry and she said, "Well, if you care about me, would you give me a hug?" And without hesitation, and I know I could have put myself in a compromising position, I gave her the biggest hug I had in me. And I began to weep myself. But it shows you it's not about who we are. It's not about what we are. It's about who we are. And perhaps that little confrontation that evening, that little sense of support. And I talked to Mike Nolan. He said that people have changed through, somebody just taking a minute. And I'm not trying to say, hey, look at me. This is what happened. And my dear daughter-in-law, who works with the intake, with many of these people, it's her night off. It's Christmas Eve with our family. She came out and she said, "Look, I'm going to look after this lady." She got her some food. She took her back to her home. And I told her afterwards, Adrian, I have 2 daughter-in-laws, and I always say you're my most favorite daughter-in-law. But she's a wonderful person. And she took the time. She took a minute. And as Mike Nolan says, sometimes it just takes a word to change a person. And what you've done here is the County of Renfrew, You've changed many lives, and you will make many lives even better. And the guys like Fred Blackstein had that original, and I'm going to talk about volunteers because last time I was criticized about not saying anything. Well, I'm going to say something. Fred Blackstein and his crew, and of course the county and the hospital and the many other social agencies involved have made this happen. So thank you. You will change lives, and you've made our whole area a much better place to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well said. Are there any other questions or comments? Warden, please.
Thank you. Just a very quick comment. Congratulations sincerely to the whole community. When I think of the journey from the Mesa Day that we had last year, where we had all the service providers in the room, and everybody agreed that we had to do something, and there was a way forward. We weren't sure what it was. We had some, the Mesa Initiative, and all the community partners took the idea forward, were very generous in their contributions that day of ideas and possible solutions, and that spirit of cooperation continued, and it's the best it's ever been in my time in the social service industry and in this community. There's never been this level of trust and effort to push forward to make sure people are successful. So in that time, we now have, are within sight of seeing 55 beds. We've never had a treatment program in Renfrew County before, as Sabine correctly noted. We spent a lot of time shipping people out. It wasn't always successful. Sometimes there wasn't tie-in if someone was successful for support when they returned to the area. So it was a model that was set up to fail. I don't think it was deliberate. I think it was part of the provincial government's spoken hub means of helping people get better by moving people to the urban centers for services and then shipping them back to the rural area with a pat on the back and thanks very much for showing up. So, now we have that. When you take a look at the service model where you're talking about the situational table and the ability to pivot and build treatment programs for people as necessary, that's a huge leap, and there aren't many communities in Ontario that are doing that. The ability to set aside strategic plans and our mandate, or to recognize that their mandate has expanded within the small box that all mandates are, to be able to make this work. And I think, in a year's time or 2 years' time, when we sit down and do a review of it, I think it's going to be very important to show that this is a model that is the best value for the healthcare dollars that are being pumped into the area. Because we're cutting down on duplication. It's a coherent and cohesive and cooperative model going forward to treat people. So I think it's going to be a very successful model and be much admired and much replicated. But I think we have to really, recognize the cold hard political truth. This is a good model that expresses good value for the dollar that's being invested. So congratulations to both of you for taking visions and statements and your respective teams for saying, okay, we're going to make this work, and making it work and putting it on the ground. So congratulations.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Nicholson for a final question, please. Did you have your third question?
Thanks, Chair. It kind of leads right into what the warden was just talking about, the scope and the difference of this significant project. I know the governance model that's been accepted in the project proposal has got the 3 CEOs all together around the table. Can we speak just for a moment about that kind of operational risk for the impact on these 3 organizations to be doing something so much in addition to what they were doing in the past? How do we check stop the growth of this or interfering from other responsibilities, whether it be in PRH or Care for or in the county?
I'm not going to speak on behalf of PRH or Care for at all. I'll say, like many things, well, let me put it this way. The long-held comment is the municipal government should not be in healthcare. But we have 20 employees here at the County of Renfrew. 700 of them are in healthcare, between long-term care and paramedic services. So we are already in healthcare. The risk, though, I will say, purely my opinion, we are very grateful to run a heart hub in this area for the people of the community. However, health responsibilities are still the responsibility of the provincial government. And we are hopeful that after the 3-year pilot project is up, the province does not forget about us and make this a municipal responsibility moving forward. We are happy to be partnered with PRH on this one. PRH is in that space. They're used to the health ministries and funding and all these other things. But as a municipality, the risk, though, is that what happens after 3 years? Like what happens after they give us housing? What happens after they give us all these other things they've given us over the years? So that is ultimately the risk as a municipality that we're involved with. But I'm not sure what PRH's comments are.
I would say it's very similar. I mean, we are, as Craig said, very much into the space of community mental health. We have about a $12 million budget to provide mental health services with 65,000 visits annually to clients already in Renfrew County with serious mental illness. And I think what calms me down a bit is that it's an absolute priority for the government, mental health and substance use support for our population. And I also believe that what's shown through our collaboration and the Heart Hub is, we want to avoid duplication and really look at maybe not a formal integration, but how do we actually make sure that people are not sitting on 4 wait lists that they're not receiving 3 different services. I do believe that those things are happening. So is there, with this new model, is there a bit maybe of efficiency that we can gain? And then we need to spend more money and more time and energy in prevention, on the prevention piece, so that we don't end up with all of these issues, at the end of it and have the risk of needing to deal with them. So, and I do believe when I look at the Renfrew County drug strategy with their pillars on harm reduction and also community safety and others, I think as long as we all work together, I think we can likely make this happen. I don't have a maybe I see this with rose-colored glasses, but how can the ministry take this program away after 3 years? It would be an outcry in the community unless we solve the problem, which is very unlikely. So I think there has to be continued investment, and we'll keep hoping, like we do many, many times in healthcare. We hope our money comes, right? We hope that we can make ends meet. We hope that we're going to have professionals who are going to work in the system. So not everything is straightforward, but we have lots of hope.
Good, thank you so much, Craig and Sabine. Great presentation. Lots of great work going on. And to Molly and Tara, welcome. And best of luck. Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, we've got still some things to go through, and we still have 2 more meetings after this. Okay, consent reports. The Community Services Consent Report has, how many? 5 items on it. Are there any of those 5 that anybody would like to speak to? None? Okay, could I get a mover and a seconder to accept the reports as information? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
Sorry, was this, I'm still on a previous time zone, I think, Madam Chair. Was this the consent report? I did have one question, and it does not impact this. By your leave, could I offer that up?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And it was with regards to item 5, the social assistance caseload forecast. I'm just kind of curious. It seems I'm inferring that this has been part of the process for quite a number of years. I'm wondering what the track record that has been established as to what the reality has matched forecasts in previous years.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Councillor Donahue. Yes, the provincial track record with these forecasts has been quite accurate. So the last forecast that they forecast us to be by 2024, 2025 at about 1,300 caseload, and that is where we're sitting, which had been an increase. We were down throughout the pandemic. I can note that in the forecast, they're indicating a forecast to be at 1,466 caseload for 2025-26. And if that, and higher for 26-27, if those are accurate, again, that will be higher than I have seen this caseload in 25 years in Renfrew County. So certainly, you know, I think I've spoken with this committee about I personally have not seen the level of challenges and food insecurity and depth of poverty and social complexities as we are seeing now. And so looking at the forecast, you know, I think that, you know, this may be putting us into uncharted waters in terms of a level of poverty that we haven't seen in Renfrew County in the past.
Councillor John.
Just to follow up on that very answer, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to Ms. Patrick. So the unavoidable inference is that the provincial government is not blind or oblivious to the changes that are coming. And I'm assuming that the County of Renfrew is not on an island in this regard. So notwithstanding the presentation that we just heard, our challenges are not diminishing. And these are numbers that are, and these are forecasts that are known to the province. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. So next is the discussion report for community services. Ms. Patrick, please.
That's fine, I'll take
Sorry.
it. That's okay, Chair, that's fine, it's been one of these days. I don't necessarily need to go into the background for you to understand what we're going to suggest, but with that, if it's okay, I'll read the recommendation for committee's discretion, that the Community Services Committee recommends to County Council, the County of Renfrew staff, be authorized to undertake all necessary actions to implement the Renfrew County Mesa Heart Hub project as outlined, including, but not limited to, executing the transfer payment agreement with the Ontario Ministry of Health, Ontario Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Ontario Health, and any other designated ministry or agency with responsibility for funding of the Heart Hub, fulfilling reporting obligations, hiring or assigning staff as appropriate, entering into agreements with partner agencies, procuring goods and services within approved budgets, and performing any other activities necessary to bring the project to fruition. That is the long motion, Chair.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by a member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Arnprior.
And perhaps I can speak to it very briefly.
Okay. Yes.
And thank you, Chair. Is basically we're entering into a time period of no meetings throughout the month of July. We anticipate, although it's still unknown, whether we'll have a transfer payment agreement by the end of June. This was an initiative that was not budgeted for this year nor recognized at budget time. So basically this is outside of any delegated authority scope that I or any department head currently has. So what this does is County Council provides that delegated authority to staff to move ahead with that agreement. It is under the, with the understanding that we will not be outside of the scope of the $6.31 million as allocated. And of course, we will always bring reports back on any authorities used as under delegated authority.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Pembroke. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. There are no deferred reports, no verbal reports, nothing for closed session.
Just one verbal report, Chair.
There is one.
It just was very, very short. The verbal report is that you had received a very extensive list of things coming up in June. The Mesa gathering is going to be retooled a bit. Your presence at this June 24th meeting is not required. It's actually just going to be a staff-driven collaborative partners event, and we'll be focused on the next steps from a collaboration piece. The Mesa Gathering Part 2 will actually be in September or October of this year, so we can I'll send an update to that, but just to be warned of that date. We are transforming that date because of some new funding that you'll hear about just was received.
Okay, thank you. There is no new or other business. Entertain a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from, did I see a hand back there? Laurentian Valley. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. And we will go next to the Health Committee in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. First off, thank you for your perseverance in hanging around for the Health Committee meeting. It is 2:42. I am calling the meeting to order. I wonder, Ms. Van Starkenburg, if you could advise if in fact the roll has been called.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And we do have quorum. However, we're just at the...
Pardon me?
We do have quorum. We now have 2 extras, so as long as...
Outstanding, outstanding. I will certainly rely upon you should we lose the same. Just prior to getting into business, I believe that I had set some kind of a record for the Health Committee at our last meeting. I was uncertain I could break it, but I thank you, Councillor Nicholson, for laying down the challenge I have 17 minutes. With that, then, I would invite disclosure of pecuniary interest and, if any, the general nature thereof, please. I see none. With that, then, we have 3 distinct motions for minutes. The first, I would seek a mover that the minutes of the May 14th, 2025 meeting be approved, please. Councillor Brose, seconded by Councillor Hoddinott. Any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. They are adopted. The minutes of the closed meeting of the May 14th closed meeting were circulated in advance. They were under a separate heading. Hopefully all of committee has had opportunity to review. We can entertain a motion and approval of same. If there are questions or comments, we will have to devolve into closed to entertain those. With that, I would seek a motion that the closed minutes of the May 14th, 2025 meeting be approved. Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Lynch. Once again, are there any errors or omissions, committee? I see none. All in favor? Those 2 are carried. And finally, we just receive, so I'd seek a motion that the Board of Health minutes for March 25th, 2025 meeting be noted and received, please. Councillor Service, seconded by Councillor Mayville. Once again, any questions, comments? There are none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. There are no delegations or presentations, thankfully, because we've had 1,000 today, I think. Communications, there was one from the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, that is with respect to the financial statements. They were reviewed at the Corporate Services Committee earlier today, so there will be no questions entertained on them herein. All of that opportunity was exhausted this morning. There is also the bulletin on the Ministry of Long-Term Care Spring 2025. I would seek a resolution that the communications be received as information. Please, Councillor Tripp, seconded by Councillor Grills. Any questions, comments? Noting none, all in favor? That is carried. Moving on then to the consent reports, and beginning with item A, long-term care consent report. And I would yield to Mr. Blackmore.
Thank you, Chair. Through the committee. Just briefly, item number 1 summarizes the Ontario budget as it's specific to long-term care. Some of the highlights. Most notably, a 2% increase to the level of care funding, which is fairly typical on an annual basis. I think Advantage Ontario had been lobbying for something a little more significant, more in lines of 6%. We did budget at a 0%, so hopefully that finds us in a better position. 0% based on a 1.0 CMI, which is basically our best guess at this point in terms of where our CMI lands. Item number 2 summarizes the Bonnechere Manor long-term care inspection report from late April to early May, where 2 critical incidents were inspected with no findings. Item number 3 pertains to an inspection at Miramichi Lodge, again, late April to early May, regarding 2 complaints. It was regarding the homes. We're undergoing an initiative right now where we're eliminating the use of soaker pads. And primarily, it's a best practice initiative. We kind of stole the idea from the Winnipeg Health Authority. What that involves is replacing or eliminating soaker pads for reasons that they're detrimental to skin integrity. They produce skin tears, and they also leave staff more susceptible to musculoskeletal injuries when using them as a transfer. So along the lines of transfer, we've engaged what are called transfer sheets designed specifically for that purpose. but there were a couple family members that weren't satisfied with that, our initiative. Hence the inspection. So inspectors came on site, inspected. We had no findings with regard to the use of soaker pads. But over the course of the inspection, there was a particular resident with some skin integrity issues, for which were followed by our nurse practitioner and our physician and nursing staff. But we got our fingers slapped for not utilizing our own official assessment tool. So that's since been rectified. Item number 4, just announced a bit of a fun celebration. It's a 25-year time capsule celebration for opening the time capsule at Bonnechere Manor. And that's scheduled to occur on June 19th. And certainly all health committee members that would like to attend, we'd be more than welcome to have you there. If you could reply to Aaron by June 13th, the contact information is in your package. And item number 5 speaks to delegated authority items. Number 1 being the acceptance of the community services compensation through Ontario Health, realizing an additional $3,070 in base funding for Bonnechere Manor day program services. And the second pertains to a tender awarded to Valley Refrigeration for 4 energy recovery ventilators at a cost of $1,015,564.80 within the $1.2 million budgeted approved for Miramichi Lodge capital budget and in compliance with policy GA01 procurement of goods and services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackmore. Very concise. I would invite questions or comments on any one of the items contained within the long-term care consent reports. I just want to extend and support, as Mr. Blackmore had said, on the time capsule ceremony. So come on out and dance to the hits of Milli Vanilli and read all about the debacle when nothing happened out of Y2K. Finally, on the last item, on the ventilator, very pleased, ultimately inclusive of the net HST. This project is coming in at over $166,000 in savings, so outstanding to see that. With that, we do not accept this until we have heard from the consent items for paramedic services, the emergency services. So with that, Deputy Chief Grenier, we'll yield to you. I think there is just the one item, yes.
Yep. Thank you, Chair, to committee. This is speak to delegated authority. Last year, March 2024, we had a bylaw 5024. We established a partnership between the County of Renfrew Paramedic Services and PRH for mental services and Renfrew Victoria Hospital for the addiction treatment services. The service has been crucial for the MAZA outreach team and is crucial to provide the right support to our client in the community. In January 2025, bylaw 525 and 625D was approved through delegated authority to extend the contract until March 31st, 2025. When the Art Hub is launched and as a comprehensive evaluation of service need will be conducted and will bring more information and a strategy moving forward for future contract. At this time, we would like to make an extension, get approved for an extension until September 30th, 2025 under the delegated authority, and the contract as stand remain unchanged.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. And this is kind of picking up on Mr. Kelly's comments in the presentation at the Community Services, the Mesa, the Heart Hub presentation, in that I think that we are running way out in front of the province, and we are anticipating and have anticipated several deadlines that have come and have gone when we anticipated that a TPA or the agreement of the flowing of the funding would present itself. That has not been the case. Any questions or comments? I see none. With that, then, I would seek a resolution that the consent reports be received as information, please. Councillor Watt, seconded by Councillor Brose. All in favor? That is carried. Moving on then to the discussion reports, and do keep in mind as well, there was an addendum, so we do have 3 of them, but we will begin with the long-term care discussion report. Once again, Mr. Blackmore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Committee, a resolution, a multi-sector service accountability agreement, Schedule F, form of compliance declaration. A recommendation that the Health Committee recommends that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to sign Schedule F, Declaration of Compliance, issued pursuant to multi-sector service accountability agreement for the County of Renfrew Bonnechere Manor Senior Adult Day Program.
Thank you. And seek a mover, please. Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Grills. Background, please, Mr. Blackmore.
Thank you, Chair. Background, Bonnechere Manor has been operating a senior adult day program in Renfrew since February 1997. The program is available to residents in and around the communities Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Access to the day program is through the Ontario Health at Home. For the continuation of funding for the Bonnechere Manor Senior Adult Day Program, Ontario Health is requesting a signed copy of the attached Schedule F Declaration of Compliance signed for the period of April 1, 2024 to March 31, 2025.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, committee? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I believe that wraps up the long-term care discussion. So we're moving on then to emergency services. And we begin with a resolution, please. Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chair, to committee. So the first resolution is the County of Renfrew Paramedic Integrated Health and Safety Excellence. So the recommendation is that Health Committee recommend that the County Council approve a business case to add 2 summer students to the Paramedic Administrative Department. And the background is you'll see attached the business case for the sorry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Grenier. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Giardini, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Any questions or comments? Sorry? Oh, correct.
I'm sorry.
I was advised as well by Ms. Dombrowski not to do what I have just done.
I'm just filling in for the 2 reps that could not be here today for information purposes. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. With that, then, as an alternate, Councillor Mayville will be the seconder, Ms. Van Starkenburg. I am chastened. Any questions, comments? As I was saying, this has been broached, this initiative. I'm not sure, is this being run out of Queens, or there is a university, significant university component on this? So we have certainly heard of this. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Moving on to item 2, please, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chair, to committee. The second resolution is about a disaster emergency local team activation Delta team or Delta program, resilient and safety community mobilization. So the recommendation is that L Committee recommend that the County Council direct staff to establish a volunteer-based disaster emergency local team activation program within the County of Renfrew, including the development of operational support necessary for implementation.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Grenier. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Service, seconded by Councillor Tripp. Everybody can read the background. We don't need to hear it. Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? Going twice. Warden Emo, please.
Thank you. Just very quickly, will these positions have, in essence, a job description? And secondly, they're not meant to take the place of the emergency groups that are stood up by the local municipality. They're meant to supplement.
Deputy Chief Grenier.
Thank you, Chair. To Warden. This team is to really build a support team, because when we have a disaster, all the emergency services are engaged, and you need more support in the community to make life easier for all the first responders.
Yeah, and I think it is also, Ward Nemo, consistent with the very initial steps that the province of Ontario is taking. For those of you that have been in the room for a while, you will note that you have often heard, particularly in the challenges of 17 and 19, of how our emergency response is structured in Canada, and the chief has long been advocating something based more on the model of Germany, where they actually have a civil defense force. So in fact, this is not meant to supplant those local emergency management groups, but it is my expectation and fervent desire that over time that this will be a much more mobile and highly trained mobilization that can be deployed quite widely, and that is also in keeping with the province of Ontario. With that then, are there any further questions on pain of death? That's you, Councillor Bullock.
Just very quickly, I think this is a fantastic program, and I agree that it's a much better response and certainly more efficient. And with the training done ahead of time, it should be more effective as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do, of course, have to yield. There is a public meeting coming up, and all of those in the room are very much aware that there is a very rigid protocol for these public meetings. So with that, I will, in the absence of any more questions, call at least the vote on there, and then we will recess this committee and defer to the special meeting of the D&P committee. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So we will pick up at bylaws on this one before we approach the addendum. So with that, I am going to, do I need to do that by resolution, or as chair, can I recess? I'm going to go ahead and think that I have the power. I love nothing more than exercising strong chair powers. So we are recessed, and we will pick up where we left off upon the adjournment of the Special Development and Property Committee meeting.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this special meeting of the Development and Property Committee. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 3 o'clock on Thursday, June 12th, 2025. Ms. Van Starkenberg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? I see none. So we will move on to the purpose of the meeting. I call to order this public meeting that has been convened to hear comments and receive information from the public regarding a proposed application to amend the official plan in accordance with the Ontario Planning Act. No decisions will be made today. Only recommendations will be made to Renfrew County for their consideration at a future council meeting. The Manager of Planning will provide an overview on the proposed land use changes and how notice of the public meeting was provided to the public, and I would call on Bruce to provide the overview.
Thank you, Chair. I understand it has been a long day for you, so I will do this as quick as possible, but I do have a couple statements I have to read so that this meeting is in accordance with the Planning Act. So this public meeting is being held by the County of Renfrew in accordance with the requirements of Sections 17 and 22 of the Planning Act of Ontario. The purpose of the public meeting is to hear public comments on an application to amend the County of Renfrew official plan. The County of Renfrew is the approval authority and renders decisions for amendments to the county official plan. There is a sign-in sheet at the back door when people walked in. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the County of Renfrew, please sign that sheet and provide your mailing address and indicate that you would like to request that notice of any decision. The official plan amendment that is being considered today would introduce a new policy into the official plan, and we would consider this to be, we call it with planning jargon, an enabling policy. It would allow the County of Renfrew to provide grants and loans to local municipalities, and those grants and loans would be for the purposes of supporting a local municipal community improvement plan. Please note, if a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the County of Renfrew to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the County of Renfrew before the proposed official plan amendment is adopted, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the County of Renfrew before the proposed official plan amendment is adopted, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or the public body as a party. So thank you, Mr. Chair. The official plan amendment that is being considered is in the package, that in your committee package. The application was circulated and is being processed in accordance with the Planning Act, and all that information is available on our County of Renfrew Zen City site for anybody who wants to go and see it. It is there, and with that, Chair, I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howarth. So are there any members of the public who wish to provide comment relating to the proposed application? And if so, please provide your name and address prior to your verbal submission. Going once, going twice. I'm not seeing anybody. So this is a final call for members of the public that wish to come forward and provide comments relating to the proposed application. Once again, I am not seeing any or hearing any who wish to speak. Moving on, if there is any person with written submissions that they would like to submit today, please leave them with the clerk. And I will now ask the Manager of Planning to provide a quick summary of any written submissions received to date.
Thank you, Chair. So as previously indicated, the application was circulated and notices were put in the paper. We did not receive any submissions from any members of the public. We did receive a couple of comments from local municipalities, and responses to those comments were highlighted in the planning report that is attached to the draft amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Howarth. And if there is any person that would like to receive further notice, please sign the sheet at the back door, including your name, address, and postal code. Does staff have any closing comments? This adjourns the public meeting. I wish to thank everyone for coming out to the meeting and participating in the process. Council will take into consideration all submissions. And at this point, then, we will move on to the last part of the Development and Property Committee discussion report. And I will turn to Mr. Davis for the bylaws and bylaw number 1.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. The recommendation, I'll read the recommendation, that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve official plan amendment number 47.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from McNabb-Braeside, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Valley. And background.
Thank you again, Chair. So as Bruce mentioned in his preamble for the public meeting, this is an enabling bylaw as part of our regional incentive program, our HYPE program. So we're going through the process as duly noted by the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You've heard the background. Questions or comments? I see none. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And resolution number 2 is regarding helping your place excel, the HYPE program. And Mr. Davis, would you like to read the recommendation?
Yes, thank you again, Chair. So the recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council approve the implementation of a regional incentive program referred to as Helping Your Place Excel HYPE program.
Thank you very much. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor from Arnprior, seconded by Councillor from Petawawa. Background?
Thank you again, Chair. So we do have a brief slide deck with your permission. So we have our Manager of Planning, Manager of Economic Development, Melissa Marquardt here. If we have time, Chair.
Do we know how long it is?
It's a very brief overview, Chair.
We'll take a quick look. Thanks. Ms. Marquardt, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, and I promise to be very quick. I'm known to speak very quickly. So this is just to provide you with the bit of the historical context of what brought us to here today. And this this process started when we actually received a request from the town of Arnprior a couple of years ago to support one of their brownfield remediation projects under their CIP, but at the time we could not do that because the county does not have a policy. And so at that time staff were directed to investigate the potential to support projects like this in the future. So in August 2024, a presentation was made to Development and Property Committee by the planning staff about regional incentive programs and what those opportunities could be. In September of 2024, Council gave direction to staff to develop the regional incentive program. In February of 2025, Council approved a $100,000 budget in the 2025 economic development budget for the HYPE regional incentive program. In March of 2025, the program details were presented by Economic Development staff by our Business Development Officer, David Wybu, and that was presented to Development and Property Committee. In April of 2025, Council approved the recommendation to proceed with the official plan amendment. In April and May, as Bruce indicated, we went through the official plan amendment application and public notices were issued. And just to reiterate, the purpose of the HYPE program is to support existing and future municipal community improvement plans. It's also to drive economic development through financial incentives that support the key areas of investment. And the HYPE program will be reviewed annually to ensure alignment with County Council priorities and budget allocation. And just as Tina? I have one more page. There we go. Nope. Okay. I'm going to try and go off the top of my head and see if it was a slide that talks about the key, oh gosh. Oh, there we go. I knew I had it written somewhere. It highlights the key economic goals. And just as a reminder, the economic goals for 2025 are private sector investment, tourist accommodations, trail development, agriculture investment, affordable housing, accessibility improvements, brownfield restoration, and environmental and energy efficiency. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Marquardt. You're right. That was very quick and appreciate it. Any comments or questions? Councillor from Deep River.
Does the qualified applicant under the title of nonprofit organization include municipalities?
Mr. Davis?
If I could, Chair, just sort of defer to Bruce Howarth, if I could.
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Doncaster. The quick answer is no. So this program would support community improvement plan projects, which are applicants to the local municipality. So the funds would go directly to applicants, not to a municipality.
Councillor from Edmiston Brumley.
Thank you very much. So just to be clear, because I thought I'd heard earlier that any funding that would be advanced through the HYPE program is to the local municipality. Is to the local municipality that then distributes, or is it directly to a proponent of an initiative that is qualified under the local community improvement plan?
Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the fund, yes, the municipality is the ultimate receiver. So the official plan policy that we're getting directed to adopt by bylaw would allow the County of Renfrew to provide funds to the municipality, and then the municipality would flow those funds through the applicant. So the county would not actually have any direct, I'll say, interaction with the ultimate client, but the funds are intended to support the local municipal effort through their CIP. So then hopefully that CIP that the municipality is issuing will be partially funded municipality, partially funded County of Renfrew.
Thank you.
Councillor from Deep River.
I was almost clear on it, so you asked that question. Okay, so let me rephrase the question. Could it apply to a municipally owned whatever, facility, land?
Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Chair. So no, the intention of the regional incentive program is to fund local CIPs. Local CIPs do not fund municipal projects. The CIPs are used to incentivize either for-profit or not-for-profit projects. That is not the municipal projects.
Supplementary?
Well, I'm just trying to think of, one of the goals is to advance trails development. There's not very many trails that are built on private property.
Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Chair. So we do have several different trail organizations that maintain trails throughout the county. I can think of, for example, the Eagle's Nest is an example in Greater Madawaska, where there's a trail and there's a network around it that there's a community group that takes care of it, so funds could be used for that. And then closer to home, we have at the Beachburg track, Borka, for example, is an example of another trails committee that they could apply for funds to be used. And I think there's also one at Forest Lee Trails, Forest Lee as well, which is an example of a community-led group that are organizing and maintaining trails, or Shaw Woods as another example, potentially. There's a few examples. So hopefully that answers the question. I didn't make it more vague.
So, and sorry for this, but in the, no, you're right, I'm not. The four examples that you just gave, who owns the property?
So thank you, through you. So in some cases it's Crown land, some cases I believe it's County of Renfrew, in some cases it's private, and I think in the example of Borka, that's county. So I guess, yeah, yes.
Mr. Davis.
Through you, Chair, and thank you very much for the questions. I think what we're dealing with the applications of organizations. So when Bruce mentioned Borka or the Renfrew County ATV Club or any of the district snowmobile clubs, they can apply through the municipality for any trail development. And whether they have an agreement, whether these groups have agreement with a landowner like a municipality or the county, they can still apply because they have works to do on our lands with agreements.
There's the answer. Okay, thank you.
And if I may, Chair, while I still have the microphone on, and just a reminder to this committee where the $100,000 have come from. So this year's budget in 2025 is coming from our reserve. So we've heard different comments to social media where it's a tax basis. This is coming from provincial reserves we had from the Safe Start Fund. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And I look for a mover and a seconder for recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Moved by Councillor from Head Clare Mariah, seconded by Councillor from Greater Madawaska. Questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. We have no deferred reports, no verbal reports, no closed session. Is there any new or other business? Seeing none, then I'll need a mover and a seconder that this meeting adjourn, and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025. Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Mount Prior. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Welcome back, everyone. I am assuming, I did not announce it, I'm assuming Ms. Van Starkenburg would have noted the time of the recess. It is, in fact, 3:18 when we are reconvening the Health Committee for the County of Renfrew. With that, bear with me one moment. We are on the discussion reports. We are on the, in particular, emergency services. We have satisfied items number 1 and 2. So we are moving on to bylaws. Item number 3 in the initial agenda report that was circulated. Once again, Deputy Chief Grenier.
Thank you, Chair. To committee, number 3, Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. The recommendation is that our committee recommend that a county council adopt a bylaw authorizing the wording and chief administrative officer to sign a lease agreement between the county of Renfrew and Care for Health and the county community services at 425 Cecilia Street, Pembroke, for the tenant office space for the Renfrew County Virtual Triage Assessment Center for a 1-year term commencing April 1st, 2025.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. I would seek a mover, please. Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Giardini. The background is attached. However, there is a business case as well. Are there any questions or comments, committee, on this item? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, then, we will move on to the addendum, item number C, to the Emergency Services Discussion Report. And this is with respect to the Health Canada's Emergency Treatment Fund. So, with that, once again, I would prevail upon Deputy Chief Grenier.
Thank you, Chair, to the committee. And this is a long recommendation, so bear with me. The recommendation that Health Committee recommend that the county council to the county Renfrew staff be authorized to undertake all necessary action to implement Renfrew County substance use, mental health and housing as a system integrated navigation tool, including but not limited to executing the transfer payment agreement with Health Canada, fulfilling report obligation, entering into an agreement with partner agency, procuring goods and services with the approved budget, and performing other activities necessary to bring the project to fruition.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. Once again, I would seek a mover, please. Councillor Watt, seconded by Councillor Service. In this instance, I think that there is a value in you presenting the background, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chair, to the committee. So in March 2025, the committee received the information around the Health Canada approved funding for the pilot project. Because of federal election, we have delay receiving more direction. The Chief Administrative Officer received a correspondence last week saying that we're confirmed that they confirmed Renfrew as an approval of $1,300 in 25 and 26, funding for the Renfrew County Mazda Integrated Navigation Tool. So this tool will help the outreach team to better communicate and system navigate our Mazda client, help clarification and streamlining clinical pathway, and better support our Mazda client throughout the entire system.
Thank you very much. There are, it is almost needing now a playbill to be able to keep track, but there are a lot of different threads that are now finally being stood up to respond to the homelessness, mental health, and substance use issues. Enormously pleased at adding yet another one. Any questions or comments, committee? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, then, and I'm uncertain, do we need a resolution to approve the report as a whole? I think we might have missed that with the long-term care as well, did we? Oh, okay. I guess in my sleep I was doing things properly. With that, then, I would seek a motion to accept the Emergency Services Discussion Report as a whole, please. Councillor Hoddinott, seconded by Councillor Grills. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. We are at item 9, deferred reports. There were none at the time of mailing. That continues to be so. Item 10 is verbal reports. There are none. Closed session. There was circulated requirement for a closed session. Hope everybody got it. No, I'm just yanking your chain, of course, because I'm cranky. There is no closed session, so you do not need to rise. Any new or other business? I see none. With that, then, the recommendation that this meeting adjourn at 3:25 p.m. at the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, August 13th, 2025, please. Everybody's fatigued in their arms. Councillor Mayville, mover. Councillor Rose, seconded. All in favor? That is carried. We are adjourned. I do thank you for your perseverance and stick-to-itiveness. Committee, you are to be commended.